give us some 5 to 10 minutes, then we can start. Um, Sorry for the late start. Someone is still caught up in the traffic. I think he's in around the neighborhood. Yeah, so 10 minutes you'll be here, then we can start. Thank you. Okay, so we want to start by knowing who is in the room. And then when we are through, then by that time, you will be in to give us the context, and then we can call on the researcher to give us the findings. So I want to start from my left. You give us your name and where you are coming from, and maybe your expectation of this workshop. What are you expecting? So your name, where you're coming from, and your expectation. My name is Sylvester Bagoro. I work with Third World Network Africa. And I expect to know more about the findings today. So that is my expectation. So your name, where you work, and your expectation.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramla.
Sorry, the technicians telling us we should use the mics in front of us. So you just press and hold on for some 3 seconds, then to pick.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ramla Kilson. I work with Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. So my expectation, as this is a dissemination workshop, I'm expected to get to know of the results and then the recommendations that will make the government program a better one. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faustina Obeng Adoma. I'm one of the researchers on this project. My expectation is to get more insights from the discussions that would be generated this morning. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Asumi. I work at the University of Ghana. I'm really looking forward to the findings and the discussions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Ajiti from University of Ghana. And then I'm looking forward to the discussions and then the research.
Good morning. My name is.
The mic is not on. Okay. Speaking to the mic, there are people listening online so that they can hear what we are saying. Okay, thank you. Steve, maybe the problem is it's not from them, it's from the mic.
Good morning. My name is Isaac Kwesi Asante. I teach at UW, Winneba, and I expect to have a fruitful engagement with respect to the results of the study. Thank you.
My name is Michael Asari from Ekonfi, Department of Agric. I expect to know more about the findings, the impact and the challenges associated to the programs.
Theophilus Tetefiolai is my name. I'm from Agric in the Ekonfi district. I'm expecting to hear more about the findings of the research. Thank you.
My name is Richard Deku, a peasant farmer with the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, expecting the findings on the government's flagship program, the Planting for Food and Jobs. Thank you.
Let's start on this loop.
Good morning. My name is Alfred Ni Aite, and I'm with Department of Agric, Gomwa Central. My expectation is to know something new, which I don't know already.
Good morning to you. My name is Richard Odame, Department of Agriculture, Gomwa Central. I want to know more about the challenges of 1D, 1F after the program.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Kankam, Department of Agric, Gomoa Central. I expect that our discussion will reflect the realities on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Josephine Jochi, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Volta Region. My expectation today will be to be enlightened by the findings of the research and also know the way forward.
My name is John Ohenetitu, Assembly Member from Gomoa Central. The recommendations must be implement very well. Thank you.
My name is Eric Nanasi, Assembly Member Gomoa West. My expectation is the problems which the researchers found during the research program. I'm expecting that by the end of this program, we have solutions to the problems found.
My name is Lilian Domeying. I'm with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. I'm with the One District, One Factory team. I'm interested in the findings and recommendations thereof for informative decision making within my team.
Good morning. My name is Ibrahim Akalbila of the Ghana Trade and Livelihood Coalition. I'm hoping to learn and share.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Michael Osu, from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. My expectation is to learn something new from the research findings. Thank you.
I'm Augustina Sare with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and I expect to know more about the findings of the research.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is William Jamefe, the Regional Director of Agrivolta. In fact, I have two quite simple expectations. The first one, I'm a lifetime admirer of the person who signed the letter inviting us to this place. So I want to see the person in person. That's one. The second one is maybe by this discussion, I should also understand from the researchers how regional directors of agriculture involved in the research. So, thank you.
My name is Raymond Uputi. My name is Raymond Uputi, a complete fruit and juice. Okay, our expectation to find how to okay, the difficulties we are going through with 1D, 1F.
My name is Patrick Ayuba Kwanza, AVO. My expectation is how the Ministry of Trade will improve the 1D, 1F. My expectation is that.
Hello, my name is Ali Morrison. Akopson Amopa Director. Today I get happy. Yasina Beshie Mahanu you bring adwin foforo na and so I didn't know foforo because in the Beshie ahoho na Greek directors, ministers be we hope today. If now all the corner. Yejma obutumpun wa adwin ebeche chama ya. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
My name is Demako Anaglante. I'm representing Let's Right, and I'm the program officer. My expectations is to learn more from the findings of the research, and also given that the push for industrializations for industrialization can be traced to the Kwame Nkrumah regime. I'd like to know what's the findings and the discussions will bring with respect to improvements in the 1D, 1F.
My name is Mauli Abusa, District Director of Agric Agro-Team Ethiopia. My expectation is to know more about the key outcomes and impacts of the first phase of the PMG, and also to know the status of implementation. Because as I sit here, I cannot talk of any one.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Captain George from Gomua Center. I want to know more about the one.
Good morning. My name is Kudarab from Ghana News Service. I look forward to the recommendations and other matters.
Next person.
My name is Kingsley Asare from Ghanaian Times. I want to get a good story from today's discussion. Thank you.
That's a good one. Yes.
Yes, already.
Okay.
Right.
That's right.
Right. The Novo News editor, JBC. Yeah.
Sorry, the name again.
Bubu. The Nogo.
Okay.
JBC. Yes, I'm looking for newsworthy stories.
My name is Ejibi Wiafe. I'm with Channel 1 TV and CTFM. I'm looking forward particularly to the Planting for Food and Job initiative. We have a first phase and the second phase as the first phase beneficial, and what really that necessitated the second phase of the initiative. Thank you.
The last Luke.
My name is Yao Graham, and I work with Third World Network.
Hello, my name is Rufin Ababu with Ghana Television. I'm looking forward to have more insight into the findings to be able to educate our viewers.
As Akusia Malfamo Anofofwe. I'm with the Department of Agri, Gumwa West, Riyadh officer. I'm here to learn and socialize.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Tego. Department of Agri, Gumwa West. Yeah, we've done a lot of work in planting for food and jobs and one district, one factory. So we are excited here to know if our efforts were not in vain and if we have accomplished our objectives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elsie Chura, Ghana Enterprises Agency, Goma West District. I'm hoping to know the impact of 1D, 1F in my district. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Opoku Binta, Minister of Trade and Industry. So here to know your findings, especially concerning the 1D, 1F, and learn more of your recommendations.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicholas Safo from Ikunfi Fruits and Juices. I'm here just to learn.
My name is Emmanuel Avevo. I work with Third World Network Africa at the mail department. Thank you.
I'm also Quentin from Ghana Television. We are here to get a very good story for our viewers.
Okay. All right. So I had, if I want to do summary, I think I had about 5. One of them is we want to learn from the research. Some people also said they want to contribute. Some they want to write good stories. Some they want to network socially. And the last one is just about learning. So I want to thank all of you. So I want to now go to the next part of the program, which is we want to invite Yao Graham to come and set the context for us, after which he will invite the researcher to take us through the finding. So Yao will take us through the context and the program, how the program is set up. And then after that, the researcher will take over.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Yao Graham, and I'm the coordinator of Third World Network Africa, the organization which invited you to this workshop. First of all, let me welcome all of you and also thank you for making the time to join us today. Many of you have traveled from very far to participate in this event, and we really appreciate that you attach value to the subject of the workshop and also the invitation to make the time to travel to come here. Some of you also participated in the research, which we'll be discussing in this meeting. So again, thank you, those of you who made it possible for the research to be conducted, for us to be able to gather here today, to be discussing, the results of the research and to think about how it could contribute, the way forward could contribute to improving the economy of this country and the livelihoods of our people. I heard in the initial introductions the hopes some of you expressed about learning about the results of the research. Some of you expressed a hope that you'd hear things that will point to how the project, the program for planting and food and jobs and one district, one factory could be improved, and also to learn contributing to the advancement of this country. And I think in that sense, really, we're all on the same page as far as this workshop is concerned. Why are we on the same page? Because when Third World Network Africa decided to launch this project of research as a basis for policy advocacy, it was because two initiatives. One person here referred to the fact that we can trace the genealogy of the two projects to the Nkrumah era. But actually, we can even trace the necessity of these two projects to some of the more perverse legacies of colonialism. Every day we talk in this country about the fact that we import what we eat, and we export what we don't eat. We have a very weak industrial sector. Every day you hear figures about how much poultry we import, how much this we import, how much broni we import, and so on and so forth. All those things point to the fact, as many of you know, that we have a perverse economic structure. A perverse economic structure where the most important products in this country are for export. And not only are they for export, they are exported in raw form. But what we consume, even the food that we produce and consume, processing in many cases is at a very basic level. Let's just even take in maize that many people consume. The idea that a country in which we consume hundreds of thousands of tons of maize every year, most families, to process their maize, have to carry a small quantity on their head to the nearest nika. Agro-processing of maize at scale is possible. And can you imagine the contribution that it will make to guaranteeing farmers markets, to reducing post-harvest losses, for stabilizing prices of maize and its products, and so on. And yet, the great debate which consumes the airwaves is not about maize, but how we can capture more value from cocoa, which is important. But the fact that alongside it, strengthening the link between agriculture and industry in terms of our consumption pattern is not very visible. It's part of it. So when the initiatives were launched by the government, from the perspective of Third World Network, one of whose main concerns in our advocacy work is how do we contribute to the structural economic transformation of Ghana and other African countries. A structural economic transformation which reverses the legacy of the colonial economy, where basically we are dependent on raw material commodity exports, which have all kinds of negative consequences for us. But also we have not developed enough of linkages across the sectors of our economies so that we optimize what we produce and also stabilize what we consume, and of course create jobs and incomes. So we saw the planting for food and jobs and the one district, one factory initiatives as positive initiatives by the government when they were launched in 2017. But of course, this is not the first time in our history that governments have tried to address the problem of the structural weaknesses in the economy, to expand agricultural production, and also to build linkages, and also to increase processing. We have had several examples. One person here referred to the Nkrumah period. Briefly, the Achampong government also had Operation Feed Yourself. It had Operation Feed Your Industries, which was a version of producing for industrial, for processing and so on. So we saw the initiative as positive, but we also knew how challenging those initiatives are, because it's been tried before, but we are still here for these two initiatives to be tried again. And our hope in launching this research was the big picture objective was to find out how the issue of structural economic transformation informed the design of the two projects. The two projects, do they have a coherence? Are they coordinated in terms of how they are supposed to link up? Because we had experiences of building factories which didn't have raw materials. We have experiences of large farms which do not have processing output. Even our smallholder farmers, seasonally, they produce crops which go to waste. So the linkage between the two projects, it was clear to us based on history, have to be coherently thought about and coordinated in implementation. So this was something we're interested in finding out. But of course, a number of objectives were also designed for the projects. How inclusive are the projects in how people get selected to benefit, in how the benefits of the projects are distributed? What kind of multipliers will they have in terms of actually dynamizing economic activity, in the localities where they are located? How do they dynamize economic activity in other sectors of our economy? Input supply to farmers. How does it dynamize input production? And so on and so forth. So we're interested in a whole range of questions. And of course, we therefore also wanted to evaluate the extent to which, in practice, the design and implementation and state support for the two projects were leading us towards the grand vision that was announced when they were launched. So this workshop is the third in a series that we have had, because we had a nationwide research project divided broadly into the northern, the middle, and the southern belts. Team of researchers working together, and we have had the workshops in Tamale for the northern sector, also in Kumasi for the middle belt, and this is the last in the series. The idea of these workshops is both to disseminate the findings of the research, also as a kind of feedback and validation engagement with people who were involved in the research, in kind of being ready to speak to the researchers, helping them in terms of access to information in general, for them to be able to produce the report. And thirdly, of course, we are interested in hearing from everybody in this room who is connected in one way or the other with the subject matter of the research, which is basically the areas of agriculture and industrialization, the issue of transformation, the issue of improved livelihoods for our farmers, the issues of rural development and transformation, to hear from you how you see these two projects, and also the extent to which the research speaks to some of the things that concern you, and also things that you have experienced. So in short, this is why Third World Network Africa has invited you to this workshop. But the core of this workshop really is a presentation of the research findings and a discussion of those research findings. The researchers combined research on the One District, One Factory and the Planting for Food and Jobs in the separate characteristics, and also about how they are connected. Because I made the point earlier about that connection being critical. Otherwise, the transformation agenda will not be fully advanced. So we are here, and we'll have to kick on with the business. So once again, welcome to all of you, and we look forward to a lively participation from all of you once we get into the substance of the day. And on that note, let me invite Dr. Faustina Obeng, who led the research, to come forward for us to start the discussion. Faustina. Yeah.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and thank you again for being here. I'm going to share insights from from research that I led with a couple of team members. One of them is here, Ebenezer Odamedakwa. Thank you. And thank you for those who participated in this research for making time to be here. So the presentation, in the first presentation, I'm going to concentrate on the Planting for Food and Jobs program, its contribution to Ghana's structural economic transformation. So as an outline, I'll give a brief context. Dr. Graham has given quite a broader context, but I'll just give a brief context highlighting some of the issues. Then I'll highlight the objectives of the research and the approach we use. Then I'll share insights from 2 cases. We've studied broadly the PFJ program, but we also narrowed on 2 cases which were of strategic importance to the insights that we wanted to glean from the study. And then I'll share broadly the insights of the program, drawing on these specific cases as examples to the insights. Then I'll highlight on some conclusions and reflections. Okay, so this table captures what has happened to our agricultural production. Is this thing working? Okay, so this was the situation prior to launching the PFJ program. In terms of the contribution of agriculture to Ghana's GDP, we saw that consistently the contribution of agriculture to the GDP of Ghana was reducing. Yet agriculture still had the highest labor force in this country, so many people were still engaged in agriculture. But in relative terms and also in nominal terms, agriculture production was not contributing much to the GDP of the country. It had declined up to about 18.3% of GDP by 2017, and that was the time that we launched the Planting for Food and Jobs program. Now, the situation was that due to the declining contribution of agriculture to GDP, there was rising food imports. Almost a lot of the things we consumed on the market, including pepper, tomato, avocado, onion, everything was almost imported. So the food imports accounted for close to 16.8% of total merchandise imports, estimated at 13.3 billion as of 2015. And this was expected to increase fourfold. So from 2015 to 2035, this was expected to increase fourfold if there was no substantial intervention in the agriculture sector in the country. And that was when the Planting for Food and Jobs program was launched. The PFJ envisioned that the project or the initiative would provide opportunities to reverse this situation by making sure that we can overcome the food deficit and reduce the importation of basic food commodities where Ghana can actually produce, that we have comparative advantage. So that was when the PFJ came in to reverse some of these situations. And indeed, some of these statements are found in the project document of the Planting for Food and Jobs. Now, what did the PFJ aim to do? It aimed to expand and enhance agricultural production across the country to strengthen domestic food production as well as create jobs in this country. The PFJ envisioned that there were specific challenges that we were having in agriculture production that the program can tackle. And by tackling that, then we can expand and enhance agriculture production for food and also to create jobs. So some of the identified challenges that the PFJ aimed to resolve within the agriculture sector was to really tackle the issue of low access and inadequate use of certified seeds. In many of the documents, it is highlighted that for many of the crops that we produce, if farmers were using the approved certified seeds and the various improved dimensions of those certified seeds, then we can increase our production. But consistently, the use of these improved seeds among farmers is very low. So that was one of the challenges that the PFJ aimed to tackle. The second one was the insufficient use of nutrient fertilizer. The soils in our country is considered as being low on N. And so there is a need to supplement it with nutrient fertilization, but consistently access to nutrient fertilizer is low among farmers. So that was also one of the identified challenges that the PFJ aimed to resolve. And then also, in the midst of the state-facilitated extension services to smallholder farmers, there was still low access to extension services among farmers. And it was also identified as one of the challenges of our agriculture production, because it meant that farmers were not moving in tandem with the climate situation, or they do not have access to all the necessary knowledge on good agronomic practices to help them to adapt their farming accordingly. And then there was also weak linkages between producers and markets, some of which Dr. Graham has highlighted, but also as one of the challenges that the PFJ aimed to tackle. And then with the advent of information technology and innovation, the PFJ envisioned that we could leverage on the ICT to transform the agriculture sector by making sure that we have an overview of what is happening in the country, the challenges, the access involved, and effectively connect these actors through ICT. So these were the challenges that the PFJ envisioned to tackle. Now, how did the PFJ aim to achieve the objectives? One, it looked at it from two layers of what the state needed to do directly and the kinds of things that the state could do in partnership with the private sector. So the 5 pillars of PFJ, you could clearly see that 3 of the pillars go under what the state wanted to do as a direct support from the state. One of them is in partnership with the private sector, and another one that was supposed to sit at the Ministry of Food and Agriculture to create a database. So in terms of on-farm support through direct provision from the state envisioned that it would provide access to subsidized seeds. And this was one of the pillars of the PFJ. The second was to provide access to subsidized fertilizer. And this was also one of the key things that the PFJ envisioned as a pillar. And the third was to improve access to extension services. These are the 3 pillars that the state directly was to be involved in as part of the PFJ intervention. Now, the 4th pillar is marketing services. And this marketing services ranges from aggregation to uptaking to warehousing to agro-processing. The state envisioned that this output market service was key, and it was going to do this in partnership with the private sector. And this was one of the pillars of the PFJ. And then the 5th one was what they called as e-agriculture. E-agriculture was supposed to create an information system that would be a database as a decision support tool, such that the ministry could refer to that database to know what is happening. Private sector players could refer to that database. Input suppliers could refer to that database to have an overview of what is happening. The whole target, after doing all these things, was to cover 2.5 million farmers with these services and to create over 70,000 jobs nationwide along the value chains of the crops that the PFJ was supporting. So that was quite an ambitious plan. So what we sought to do was to examine the paradigms and approaches to economic transformation that reflect the way the PFJ was conceived, the way it was designed, and the way it was implemented, and how these already speak to agrarian reform and industrialization in the country. The second was to also look at inclusivity and transparency in selection of beneficiaries and the implications of these for equitable and transformative outcomes, whether the PFJ was reaching vulnerable people and the people who could not take up these innovations without the support that the PFJ was providing. We also assessed the nature and effectiveness of state support, oversight, and participation in the program. And then we also evaluated how much the PFJ has contributed to increases in production levels of the beneficiaries and the incomes that they were getting from these increases in the production levels. We also explored whether and how the program has contributed to increased diversification of the rural economic activities, including employment, but also general growth in the local economy. And then we assess the contributions of the program to boosting agricultural production for the home market. We examine the extent to which the design and implementation of the PFJ, but also in relation to the 1D, 1F, already strengthened the links between agriculture and manufacturing sectors in the country. And then we hoped to make recommendations for strengthening their transformative impacts on the local economy. So the research approach, this study started in 2021. By 2021, the PFJ had already been implemented for 3 to 4 years. And so there were quite some literature, some reports, and some statistics that had already been published around the PFJ program. So in the whole of 2021, we gleaned through this gray literature and reports to see what we can already synthesize along the 8 objectives that I highlighted that were present in the literature. And that report was made. Then from insights from the DEX review, we already had an overview of some of the issues that was happening within the PFJ program. So we set out to design a field-based research to understand the program on the ground. So in August 2022, we did a reconnaissance of what we considered in this study as the southern belt of Ghana. And this southern belt included the Volta region, Eastern, Greater Accra, Central and Western region. We looked at the PFJ interventions that had been implemented in these regions and also the 1D, 1F interventions. And with insights from the reconnaissance, we narrowed on specific cases that we thought was very good to help us explain some of the issues that we had seen in the DEX report, but also to glean more insights from happenings on the ground. So in April to July 2023, we started the primary data collection. It was a 3-phase data collection because we had done the reconnaissance a year earlier. We had to go back to some of the actors that we met on the ground to tell them that we were coming back to do the detailed field data collection. So we went back after what we call the pre-field work visits. We went back to do the field work, and then we came back to sit through the data and look at the first insights that were coming in. Then we went for a post-data collection analysis to also nuance some of the issues and seek clarity on where we thought the issues were not clear. So the study generally paid attention to all the pillars of the PFJ program that was implemented on the ground. And to be able to glean specific examples with detailed insights, we funneled on the intervention of maize, the PFJ intervention of maize, which is touted as probably one of the most successful cases of the PFJ, but also a crop that has potential to link to the struggling poultry industry in Ghana. Then we also funneled on the PFJ intervention on sweet potato, which it's considered as one of the crops that is dominated by women in both its production, but also in terms of aggregation. We're interested in that particular case because we wanted to see how the PFJ is transforming situations for women smallholder farmers. So these were the 2 specific cases that we attached to the broad study that we did on the PFJ intervention. The study sites were in Gomoa East, Gomoa Central, and Gomoa West. These were strategic because Gomoa it's a burgeoning maize production area, but it also has a very buoyant poultry industry. So even in that close proximity, we wanted to see how the PFJ intervention on maize was already connecting to the poultry industry in the Gomoa area. And then Gomoa was also one of the areas that the PFJ intervention on sweet potato was implemented. And it was also insightful for us because we wanted to see how the PFJ intervention on sweet potato connects directly to the 1D, 1F factory that is sited in Gomoa West that is processing orange flesh sweet potato into flour-based products. So we narrowed on these 2 cases. So I will share a few insights on what we gleaned from the specific cases before I go into the broad objectives of the study, but I'll use specific examples from these cases to speak to some of the situations in the broad objectives. So in terms of the intervention on maize, in Gomoa prior to the PFJ, the existing challenge, as I highlighted, was the low yield. Yield was around 2 to 6 bags per acre. although the potential yield with all the right inputs and good agronomic practice could go to 15 to 20 bags per acre. So and as usual, the challenge was because of the low use of improved seeds and fertilizers. So this was the case in Gomoa prior to the PFJ in terms of maize production. So the PFJ intervention, as part of its pillars to improve access to use of improved seeds, the intervention on maize also distributed improved varieties of seeds, and these were mainly OPVs and hybrid maize varieties. The OPVs and part of the hybrid were locally produced, but part of the hybrid were also imported hybrid. But the OPVs and the locally produced hybrid made up about 80% of all the seeds that were distributed within the PFJ program. The program also distributed fertilizers, and the program also, within the period, there was improved access to extension services among farmers. I would nuance the extension bit later in the presentation on how that whole improvement happened. So what we saw was that broadly, maize output within the Gomoa enclave increased within the period that the PFJ was implemented. But the challenge along the line was there was delay mainly in the delivery of the input. Sometimes the delivery came when the main season or the major season had already started. The advantage was that because the area had the bimodal pattern, then farmers could keep some of the inputs and use it in what we call the minor season. But some farmers waited and still used the input and they planted a bit late. So the delays in the input was one of the main challenges in the Gomoa area. Then there was also a challenge with the availability of inputs. What we realized was that in the first year of the PFJ, I think knowledge on the program hadn't gone wide among farmers. So quite a number of the inputs that was requested in the Department of Agriculture at the end of the season, there were quite some input left. But from the second year, that is 2018 onwards, when a lot of farmers heard about the PFJ program, there was a rush for the PFJ inputs. But the modality of the PFJ had also changed then. So the inputs were no longer deposited at the Department of Agriculture. And from that point onwards, we saw a lot of challenges around the availability of inputs. Farmers consistently complained that even when they heard announcements that the inputs had arrived, by the time they get to the agro-input shop, the inputs were finished. And then there was also a challenge with the cost of inputs. The design of the PFJ intervention around maize was to use the improved seeds, improved fertilizers, and the good agronomic practices as a composite package. And so the cost of the input, especially cost of fertilizer, meant that when the partial credit around PFJ was removed, farmers could no longer access fertilizers in quantities that they needed. And without the fertilizers, the improved varieties of maize were not yielding that much as farmers were able to access it in the first year. So the cost of input was also one of the major challenges of the maize intervention. And so the outlook that we had already started seeing within the Gomoa area was that many farmers, especially smallholders who could no longer afford the complete package of seeds, fertilizers, in addition to the good agronomic practices, were reversing to using their farmer-saved seeds. And in terms of the PFJ intervention on sweet potato, Gomoa, it's a big sweet potato production area. Some of the history indicates that it started around the Gomoa West area and gradually spread within the area. And what we saw that before the PFJ intervention, the main challenge was the low yields of sweet potato. And the main reason for the low yields was because farmers consistently use vines from their old production. And the moment they use vines continually, the viability of the vines reduces. And so even when they were producing the sweet potato, their output was consistently low. Then there was also the challenge of pests and diseases, specifically the sweet potato weevil. Up to a point in 2014 all the way to 2016, weevil almost threatened to wipe out sweet potato production in the area. Although they had found some solutions, the challenge of weevil was still persistent. And then there was also low prices from the aggregators who usually bought sweet potato in the area. So this was the situation of sweet potato before the PFJ started. Now, the PFJ intervention in sweet potato in the Gomoa area introduced alternative varieties of the product, different from what farmers were used to. The dominant variety that farmers were producing in the area is called the Monami, or what the locals call Togo Benin variety. And they call it Togo Benin because they indicated that the vines were brought from aggregators. And these aggregators brought the vines from Togo and Benin. So they call the variety Togo Benin. This was the main variety that farmers were producing. And then the PFJ introduced other varieties, mainly from the orange flesh sweet potato family. There was a whole intervention around it. Crop Research Institute had also developed adaptive protocols. So the PFJ intervention was used to introduce the production of these orange flesh sweet potato broadly among farmers within the enclave. Now, this was also promoted because compared to cassava, which was the dominant tuber in the area, cassava production would take close to 9 months to 12 months to harvest, but sweet potato could be harvested 3 times a year, twice in the main season and in the dry season also along river valleys. So the idea was that it was more strategic for farmers to do that because they could do it 3 times a year. The maturity period was short, and then there was also a buoyant market around it. Now, what happened was that the PFJ intervention looked at producing vines and supplying these vines. But the vines for the Monami variety, the intervention didn't tackle well the challenge with the unviable vines for the Monami variety. There were connections between the Department of Agriculture and a vine producer within the Cape Coast Metro. But this vine producer couldn't produce a lot of the vines to supply the Department of Agriculture. So even though on the list of inputs for the PFJ, sweet potato vines was there, this was not readily available. And vines, unlike maize that you could package and put in an input shop, vines were supposed to be produced and supplied freshly. And that challenge could not be handled well. On the other hand, the vines of orange flesh sweet potato was readily available because there were adaptive trials that also produced the vines, and farmers who were part of the groups that AES had set up for these adaptive trials could get access easily to the orange flesh sweet potato vine. So there was a promotion of orange flesh sweet potato also for its nutritional value because it contains vitamin A that in the area there is they say that there is a bit of nutrient deficiency among children in the area. So it was also strategic to promote orange flesh sweet potato. Now, what happened was farmers took up the orange flesh sweet potato production. They produced, and then at the end of the first and second cycle of production, farmers had a lot of produce. But unlike the Monami variety that already had a market, an aggregation system that was developed for it, the orange flesh sweet potato didn't have it. And the orange flesh sweet potato is not a variety that you could easily cook, fry, or roast and eat. It required a bit of processing for farmers to be able to use it. So aggregators didn't know that variety. Farmers couldn't easily eat that variety. And so the produce that farmers produced at the end of the intervention was left without a market. So that was the main challenge. But there was also good agricultural practices that was generally promoted, including management of weevils. But then the management was not very effective. Farmers required some pesticides to manage the weevils, but that challenge was not solved within the PFJ program. Then there was also introduction of ridges as an alternative to mounds for producing orange flesh sweet potato as a climate smart approach. But this practice too, although it was promoted, farmers did not take it up much because when you produce, they said that when you produce sweet potato on ridges, you get a lot of tubers, but the tubers are usually small, and the small tubers do not attract higher prices. So they were still sticking to using the mounds. So the challenge we found with the intervention on orange flesh sweet potato is that farmers produce the orange flesh sweet potato, but there was no viable market to take it up. So farmers literally ran at a cost at the end of the intervention. But the challenges that were the farmers encountered with the old varieties that they were producing, that is the Monamine or the Togo Benin variety, the intervention did not tackle that challenge. So the outcome was that although there were challenges with the Monami varieties, farmers were reversing to the Monami variety because at least the market, it's available, although the prices are low. And the outlook is that possibly in the long term, because of the persistent weevil challenges, farmers may reduce the rate at which they produce sweet potato within the Gomoa enclave. Now, in terms of state support broadly within the PFJ intervention, the state support can be classified as under the direct support, but also the indirect partnership that the state wanted to have with private sector. In terms of access and use to subsidize seeds, we saw a general increase in farmers accessing and using some of these subsidized seeds, especially in the first 2 years of the interventions. Look, seed production was a bit localized, and so the seeds were available. And in the first year of implementation, a kilo of the seed was selling at about 2 cedis, and the farmer needs about 10 of that to plant an acre. So a farmer could access 10 cedis of seeds, worth of seeds for an acre, and farmers considered it as affordable. And in many of the districts, the directors would, seed is not that bulky, so the directors would put the seeds at the back of their pickup trucks and move from community to community on announced dates, and even left some of the seeds with some lead farmers. So access to the seeds was a bit widespread for farmers, and because of the relative affordability of the seeds, many farmers access the seeds. So we saw a general improvement in the use of improved varieties of seeds within the PFJ intervention. Now, with regards to fertilizers, in the first year of the PFJ intervention, farmers considered fertilizer as affordable because a bag of an NPK fertilizer sold at 58 cedis and that of urea was around 48 cedis. And farmers considered this as affordable, so they could buy the seeds and get access to the fertilizers and plant it. What also made it affordable in the first year was because there was also partial credit attached to it. So aside the 50% subsidy, farmers were expected to pay 25%, access the seeds, and then after the production, they would go and pay 25%, the remaining 25%. So the cost of the input in relation to the relative affordability of what farmers were expected to pay improved access and use of both subsidized seeds and the fertilizers, at least in the first year of the implementation. What also happened was that in the PFJ itself, not a lot of the budgetary allocation went into extension support. The broad PFJ budget, about 9% of the budget went into extension support. So the PFJ did not necessarily focus so much on extension support, even though it highlighted it as one of the pillars that the state was supposed to be directly involved. What we saw was that the PFJ was implemented concurrently with the Modernizing Agriculture in Ghana program. And the main focus of the Modernizing Agriculture in Ghana was to improve extension services for all the entire country, and also to help with refresher trainings for all the officers that were engaged within extension delivery in Ghana. So we saw that through the MAG program, the reach of extension services improved because there was logistical support to even reach hard-to-reach areas. So many farmers that would ordinarily not access extension services because of the remote locations that they live were able to access extension services. Then we also saw that the intensity of extension services itself also increased, because prior to the period, farmers, extension officers usually worked around 4 days a week. There was an off day. Part of it was a challenge of logistical support. But when in the PFJ intervention or the PFJ period, what we saw was that extension officers were working throughout the week, including even doing fora in churches and mosques and during community fora. And so the intensity of extension services also increased. Then there was also a beef up of extension officers. Some of the district had additional extension officers, and they also had persons from the agriculture training colleges being assigned to do national service. Then there was also a beef up through the NAPCO program of extension officers. So the numbers also improved, at least in the 2018-2019 period. And so the the intensity of extension services also increased. The modalities also changed. Now, farmers were being rich with fora at the beginning of the season. They had home and farm visits during the seasons. They had e-platforms where they could take photos of pests and diseases and send it to extension officers, and they would get agronomic advice. So the modalities also changed. And then the content also improved because these extension officers were getting a lot of refresher trainings. And so the content also improved. Now, what we saw was that it looked like the PFJ rode at the back of MAG in terms of improvements in extension services. But the PFJ also supported MAG because the MAG focus was on the extension services, but PFJ made available the inputs. So if an extension officer went to a farmer and trained the farmer could assess the inputs to produce. So it looked like it was a conjoined program. And what we saw was that because of access to the improved inputs and improvements in access to extension services, generally for the crops that were supported under the PFJ intervention, output of those crops increased. Cereals, according to some official statistics, the output of cereals increased by about 10%, but maize in particular had about 18% increase in terms of output. 3% increase in vegetables, and then there was also about 6% increase in groundnut, cowpea, and cassava. These crops, groundnut, cowpea, cassava, and plantain, were added around the 2019 year, but we also saw the statistics show some increments in the output of these crops. Now, this is a particular statistics from the Gomoa Central District, and we saw that there was an increase consistently in the output of maize in the district. And indeed, in all the Gomoa districts that we study, consistently the output of maize increased. And for the districts, the performance indicator for the agriculture included improvements in output. In all the reports, improvements in maize contributed substantially into the improvements in output. What we saw was that improvements happened from two dimensions. One was yield, but also there was increase in total land committed to the production of maize. So in yield, for instance, it was estimated that yield improvements moved from 2 to 6 bags per acre to about 9 to 19 bags per acre. And in terms of production, in Gomoa West, for instance, we saw that within the period from 2019 to 2020 to 2021, there was around 23.6% increment in maize output. And in tandem, there was about 33.61% increase in total crop area that is committed to maize. So whilst yield was increasing on the same pieces of land, farmers were also to be certified as PFJ input shops. One was to be registered, which is a normal thing for a business. They were also supposed to have certificates for from PPRSD and EPA. And for PPRSD, they were supposed to have different certificates for seeds, for pesticides, and also for fertilizers. Now, these are requirements that are not necessarily new per se. These requirements already exist, but the PFJ enforced these requirements. And because of these requirements, many of the input shops in the localities did not qualify to supply PFJ inputs. In all the Gomoa districts that we studied, in the first year when that modality was used, input shops in their districts did not qualify. And so their inputs were supplied in adjoining districts. Now, for many farmers, this meant that there was an additional cost to be able to access inputs from that were supplied through the PFJ. And that is when the challenges started coming, cost in terms of transportation, but also there was a removal of the partial credit. And the moment the inputs were supplied through the input shops, the monitoring role that the Department of Agriculture had on the input delivery to make sure that it reached the intended beneficiaries also reduced. Because what the Department of Agriculture did was to usually send a NAPCO officer to an input shop. And when the consignment of input is received, the NAPCO officer is supposed to check the quantity of consignment against what is indicated on the weigh bill. And then subsequently, the NAPCO officer is supposed to sit at the input shops and take record daily of farmers who are buying these inputs. But this NAPCO officer works at an official working hours, so from 8 to 5. Anything that happens beyond those working hours is out of their control. And the Department of Agriculture monitoring was just based on the records that were submitted. So if records are submitted that a particular quantity of inputs that is indicated on the weigh bill has also been supplied to farmers, then the Department of Agriculture is supposed to certify it because that is the record that they have available, without being able to know all the other things that happen beyond what is stated on the record. So the challenge started coming then. Then the timing challenge was also persistent. Increasingly, the delays even got worse in terms of when PFJ inputs were delivered, because now the Department of Agriculture had to wait on input shops for them to submit their request. Then it goes through the layers from the district to the regional before it gets to the national level. Then the input comes to the shop. The information comes to the Department of Agriculture. It's disseminated to farmers. So there was a lot of delays in terms of farmers knowing when the inputs have arrived. And then there was also a challenge with the cost. Consistently over the years, the cost of the input started increasing for mainly seeds and fertilizer. The cost of seeds increased, but then the rate of increase was quite manageable for farmers. It moved from 2 cedis to between 4 to 8 cedis to about 8 to 15 cedis to about 12 to 18 cedis. The changes in prices depended on whether they see this an OPV, a local hybrid, or a foreign hybrid. But over the years, this was the rate of increase from 2017 to 18, 19, and then 2021. For fertilizers, it moved from 58 and 48 cedis. By the time we were on the field around 2022, it was around 2022 and 2023 was around 320 to 400 cedis. And so for many farmers, the cost of fertilizer was too exponential that even if they were able to afford the seeds, they couldn't afford the fertilizers. And without the fertilizers, the seeds don't do well. So it means that the ability to use the package had been challenged. Okay, so what we saw was also that in terms of marketing services that the government intended to partner with the private sector to deliver as part of the pillars of the PFJ, attention to that component was almost non-existent, at least in the cases that we envisioned. The Department of Agriculture had gone ahead to set up WhatsApp groups. These WhatsApp groups were similar, or in many cases, the same WhatsApp groups that AES used to have e-extension with farmers. They were also using these WhatsApp groups to get information on supply of produce that farmers had, and then would channel that information to their district platforms or regional platforms where directors of the Department of Agriculture were also present, and then the directors will channel it to a national platform. So this WhatsApp groups was some form of a platform for marketing. But beyond the WhatsApp group, the PFJ market service indicator, which included warehouse and connection with aggregators and connection with agro processors, didn't receive any attention within the intervention. At best, there was a bit of private warehouses within the area, but the promotion of the warehouses to connect produce that farmers had produced to storage in the warehouses also didn't happen. In Gomoa or Sanko, for instance, there was a warehouse, but when we went there, it was the peak of the season, but there was about just 2,000 bags of maize and a few hundred bags of cowpea in the warehouse. And farmers complained that the monies they have to pay to keep their produce in the warehouse was too much, so they preferred to store their produce at home. And in any case, in the Gomoa enclave, not a lot of the produce gets stored. A lot of the maize, for instance, is sold freshly, and parts that dries up and goes into grain is also sold locally. So part of the warehousing arrangement and the marketing arrangement within the entire PFJ did not receive attention. And then e-agriculture, which was supposed to create a database for the entire PFJ, did not also receive attention. The e-extension was supposed to, right from the registration of farmers, their challenges, and connecting these farmers to other value chain actors was supposed to be facilitated by the e-agriculture. But that whole intervention or that whole pillar also didn't receive attention. Perhaps with discussions that are happening around PFJ 2.0, that is what we see as happening, that database is being created. In terms of the effectiveness of state oversight, what we saw was that the PFJ had this three-tier arrangement for decision-making, which was supposed to provide oversight role. At the national level, there was a national technical committee, there was a regional technical committee, and there was also a district technical committee. And within this district technical committee that is supposed to sit and take decisions, that is where the bulk of the on-ground implementation happens within the PFJ. From our discussions and analysis, what we saw was that at best, this arrangement looked like a top-down decision-making arrangement. It didn't have a lot of feedback loops for taking insights from AES and directors of agriculture at the district level in terms of the real issues that was happening within the PFJ to feed it back into modification of arrangements within the season. So what happened was that within a particular season, the PFJ modalities are taken at the national level. The information is communicated to the regional level, it gets to the district level, and the district level is supposed to implement it. Even when there's a lot of challenges, it doesn't get back to the national level to modify the arrangement within the season. It is only when a season ends and then the challenges are massive that the National Technical Committee sits down and take decisions again. What we also saw was that there was quite a lot of bureaucratic actions, bureaucracy in terms of the actions that happened within the PFJ. And that bureaucratic process was also part of the reason why there were a lot of delays in the payments of input suppliers and agro input dealers within the PFJ. There was quite a lot of the paperwork, starting from daily record sheets, which is collated as a monthly record sheet. It goes to the Department of Agriculture, they check everything, and then they fill the Form A. The Form A moved from the Department of Agriculture to the desk of the district chief executive, who certifies it, and then it's get forwarded to the regional office, and the regional office would check everything and issue a Form B and C before then it gets to the national service for the National Technical Committee to sit down and certify it before any decisions and actions, including payments, are effected. And these delays in payments was one of the main challenges for input dealers. And indeed, in Gomoa East, for instance, in 2022, input dealers refused to go for their inputs. And the main reason was that the paperwork is too much and the payment delays. What we also saw was that although this arrangement was made, it didn't provide a lot of on-ground actions for robust monitoring. In the first year of implementation, for instance, when the partial credit arrangement was used, there wasn't a lot of on-ground plan of action to make sure that the Department of Agriculture will be able to recoup the balance payments from farmers. The only thing was to rely on the goodwill of farmers, that farmers will pay the 25%, take the inputs, and at the end of the day, pay the remaining 25%. So at the end of the season, when there were a lot of defaults, the PFJ Secretariat expected the Department of Agriculture to recoup the balance payments, but there was no concrete action that the Department of Agriculture could institute to get the monies from farmers, either than consistent visits from AEAs to farmers, pleading with farmers to pay. And in some situations, when some big farmers were forced to go back to the Department of Agriculture for, say, inputs to manage fall armyworm, then the department could hold that farmer responsible that pay your PFJ input before we give you the fall armyworm, which technically it's not sanctioned within the PhD. But then that was the way that the Department of Agriculture could recoup some of the monies back. Then we also saw that beyond the weigh bills and the daily record sheets, there weren't a lot of on-ground arrangements to monitor the activities of the agro input dealers. So consistently, the issue of inflating figures on the daily record sheets so that agro input dealers will be able to diversify and rebag some of the PFJ inputs and sell it at the conventional market price abounded. Those kinds of issues were all over the place. And for the Department of Agriculture, almost every record sheet that the input dealer submits, the quantity is the same as the quantity on the weigh bill. And the daily record sheets of farmers usually came without phone numbers. So the Department of Agriculture couldn't call back farmers to verify the quantity that they had bought. And in any case, if they came with phone numbers, the Department of Agriculture probably didn't have the capacity to call thousands of farmers to verify the quantities that they had bought. So there was also a challenge in terms of monitoring the diversification and rebagging of inputs. So those allegations abounded. Then there was also the issue of overpricing of inputs. Usually the input list that comes to the Department of Agriculture is disseminated. By the time farmers get to the agro input shop, there's usually some slight increase in terms of the cost of inputs. And we also realized that it's impossible to be able to track whether the inputs are actually reaching the intended beneficiaries from the monitoring framework that the states provided for the PFJ. In terms of increase in production and incomes of beneficiary, what we saw was that total outputs for the crops that were supported under the PFJ increased, especially for maize. But then the translation of increases in output to increases in income varies, and it depended on where you were and the total quantity of maize that was produced there against the demand of maize within that area. So in almost all areas, there were some increases in maize, but in areas that the increment in maize was matched with an increased demand, farmers witnessed some increments in their incomes because then they didn't see a lot of glut, which would reduce the price. But in areas where the increments in output of maize did not meet an equal increase in demand, there was a glut on the market. And so prices of maize reduced. And these were farmers that had actually made investments in assessing improved seeds and fertilizers. So it meant that in relative terms, there's the likelihood that the actual income in their hand would be the same or slightly reduced because of the investments that they had made in acquiring the improved inputs. And what we also realized that in terms of improvements in income, the possibility is that we spoke to a few seed producers, and we saw that for many local seed producers, the PFJ was an avenue to reach larger markets. Some of them ventured into seed production for the very first time. So for the local seed production actors, there was some massive increase in their incomes, barring the delays that they also had to witness in terms of the payments. Then in terms of inclusivity and equity in the outcomes, the official criteria for the PFJ is that they're supposed to be targeted in terms of reaching resource-poor farmers, reaching productive poor farmers. In fact, the main criteria was that the farmer has access to some piece of land, which is 0.4 to 2 hectares of land. And then the dimensions of resource poor and productive poor are really inclusive dimensions, such that there would be targeting of making sure that the farmers that need these inputs are the ones that are getting it. Then there was also an official criteria that 40% of all beneficiaries are supposed to be women. Now, this is the official criteria. How this gets translated into implementation was also a challenge. We saw that in the first year of implementation, this criteria was there. But because the PFJ was going to give out inputs on a partial credit basis, in the registration of farmers, AEA had to make sure that the farmers they were registering can be classified as trustworthy or creditworthy. And if you really interrogate this trustworthy and creditworthiness, it meant that a creditworthy person is somebody who probably should have known the AEA for the AEA to be able to assess that this farmer is trustworthy or creditworthy. And these were likely not people who lived in remote areas who didn't even know the AEA. And these were farmers, these were likely not farmers who were producing some small quantities, or these were likely not farmers who were women. So even though there wasn't an intentional criteria to exclude a lot of these farmers, based on the inherent implicit criteria of reaching out to farmers who were creditworthy or trustworthy, inherently, many of the resource-poor farmers that the PFJ was supposed to reach eventually got excluded from the PFJ. Then in the second year onwards, when the partial credit scheme was cancelled, it meant that even with the subsidy, a farmer needed to have some access to money to be able to buy the PFJ inputs. And for many farmers who are resource poor and couldn't afford inputs by digging their hands in their own pockets, it meant that the PFJ excluded them. Then again, when the inputs were supplied in the input shop, farmers who were not located closer to the sources of these input shops started feeling some exclusion measures, because by the time they hear about the arrival of the inputs and they get to the input shop, the inputs are already finished. So although the PFJ had an inherent criteria to be inclusive, in implementation, there were a lot of criteria that was used, or there were a lot of arrangements that inherently excluded a lot of the intended resource-poor farmers that were supposed to be rich. What we saw was that in terms of access to inputs in general, female farmers in general didn't have a lot of access. Some studies have estimated it at about 1.5 to 13% of all beneficiaries within the PFJ who access the subsidized inputs are women. But in terms of extension services, we saw a lot of targeting. And again, the targeting was because MAG was being run, and MAG made sure that all farmers that have been reached, 40% of them are women. And so we saw a lot of women-specific interventions within the areas during the period of the PFJ. But we may not be able to attribute it to the PFJ, but to MAG, because that was also a MAG criteria. In terms of diversification of rural economic activities, what we saw was that the PFJ in its official statement says that its estimated job creation was around 715,000 new jobs. And this was around 2021 when this official statistics came out. When we interrogated it, we are not able to tell exactly what this 715,000 new jobs entail beyond the few extension officers that they recruited. Many of the beneficiaries in the PFJ are already farmers. It's only a few farmers around the greenhouse technology that are young men who went into farming for the first time. And these were in the Dowenya area and Akomadan area, but the numbers are very few. So in that 715,000, the question that we are still grappling with is, to what extent can you say that 715,000 new jobs have been created when these people were likely already farmers? And is employment about reaching people who already engage in that work, or employment is about creating new jobs that are also permanent? There were issues about also reaching another 30,000 of value chain actors, but our analysis of the PFJ in terms of the output and input market shows that especially the output market where a lot of the value chain linkages were supposed to be created, we don't see a lot of that. So we are still also interrogating that 30,000 jobs that have been created with other value chain actors. Then in terms of direct recruitment, there was, the statistics show that there is about 2,500 new extension officers that have been that have been recruited, and many of them are in the YEA, NAPCO, and National Service. Now, we are also interrogating to what extent these are permanent jobs and to what extent these people are still at post currently. Then, in terms of linkages that could have created a lot of diversification in rural economic activities with value chain linkages, we saw that a lot of that didn't happen. And here, I want to use the case of the orange flesh sweet potato and its relationship with the Casa de Europa factory to illustrate. The Casa de Europa factory was set up to process orange flesh sweet potato into flour-based products. The PFJ in that same enclave was running an intervention that was promoting orange flesh sweet potato, a variety that didn't have a market, a variety that farmers could not easily cook and consume. And so a viable market of that seemed in a logical way to be connected to the Casa de Europa factory. But that concrete plan of action didn't take effect right from the scratch. So in the vision of Casa de Europa, they had committed a lot of their lands to producing the raw material by themselves, whereas farmers had produced that raw material and there was no market. That effective linkage could have propelled farmers having an alternative crop with an alternative market to add up to the crops that they were already producing. And in terms of maize, for instance, the Gomoa enclave is home to a buoyant poultry industry, including the Pomate poultry farms, which is now being managed by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission. What we saw was that these big poultry farms all have feed mills, but consistently the supply of maize within the enclave is so low that the feed mills have to request for maize from the Bono East area. And because of the increasing cost of transporting maize from the Bono East area, and the addition of other, say, soy milk, oyster shell, to be able to produce the feed mills are massive, but almost all the feed mills in the Gomoa enclave are closed down. All of the poultry, the poultry farmers there are buying their feed mill from the Tema enclave. So a lot of the linkages didn't also happen. And in the case of maize, it's because the output was still very low. And in the case of orange flesh sweet potato, it's because there was no concrete plan of action to create that linkage. So what can we already glean out of our insights of the conception, the design, and the implementation in terms of the paradigms and approaches to agrarian reform that we can see from the PFJ program? What we can see is that from the reading of the policy documents and how the PFJ was designed, the paradigm is to improve productivity of crops that can already contribute to food, but also feed into industries. And so the idea was that the PFJ is going to support crops that can make food available, but also the production of these crops can feed into industries. And so we see that the underlying challenge that the state thought it would intervene to be able to bring about this improvement in production for food and raw material was to improve access to seeds, improve access and use of mineral fertilization, and improve access and use of extension. The idea is that if all these inputs are being used, then the potential yield, the yield gap between the current and the potential can be closed. And if the yield gap is closed, then food will become available. There would be raw materials to feed into the industries. So the idea is that then the improved production or productivity would connect with other value chain actors who ranges from aggregation. And if there is a buoyant aggregation industry, a number of people are being employed from those who aggregate into the haulage industry. Then there is also off-taking. Then there is also the processing that is supposed to be the raw material, but that fits into the industry. Then in the reading of the policy document, we also saw there were plans or there were statements alluding to the importance of making sure that the inputs that would feed into this agriculture, these improvements are produced locally. So there is a vision of transforming agriculture through effective use of inputs to feed into production. The excess production would then feed into value chain linkages that eventually end up in industrialization. And the idea is that this can eventually propel a value chain development that links from agriculture input production to agriculture production to raw material availability to factories. That will then create a whole value chain with massive jobs that would transform the local economy. The translation of this vision into action was where we saw that the PFJ had a lot of challenges. And one of the main challenges that we highlight is the relationship between the state and the markets, or what we call the private sector. That relationship was not well articulated. In cases where the state envisioned that its role was to directly intervene in the provision of inputs, we saw that there were massive challenges. One was the challenge of whether the state architecture is effective to be the main person distributing these inputs, monitoring these inputs to make sure that the inputs are reaching the intended beneficiaries. That is one of the challenges. And in terms of the states having a partnership with the private sector, we already see that the pillars that the state thought it would articulate through partnership with the private sector were the weakest pillars within the PFJ. And it's because still there's a challenge in how to effectively harness the strategic role of the private sector to be able to do that. And the bigger question is whether the private sector, as we have it in Ghana, it has the enabling environment to also play the role that the state envisioned that the private sector would play. So I think in concluding, what we can say is that generally, in terms of equitable outcomes, with the general lack of targeting within the PFJ, we realized that the PFJ made some inroads, but probably the inroads did not come because the PFJ reached beneficiaries who would ordinarily have not used inputs had the PFJ not come. So what we already see is that about just 5% of beneficiaries within the PFJ in terms of use of seeds and fertilizers were first-time users. For many of the beneficiaries, what they did was to just substitute what they would have bought on the open market with what PFJ supplied because the PFJ inputs were subsidized. So eventually, in terms of net increase in access and use of these inputs, especially fertilizer, we didn't see a massive increment in terms of net increase. And this net increment in the net usage of these inputs is what would have translated into that substantial improvement in output. What we also saw was that along the line, due to the cost of these inputs, many smallholder farmers who were the targets of PFJ in terms of the official criteria of resource poor eventually could not use these inputs. So medium and large scale farmers are the ones who massively benefited from the PFJ, especially when the input was also supplied at the input shops. And what we can also say is that the lack of effective marketing and warehousing also impeded the effective connection between production and making that production available for the home market. In terms of maize, for instance, while all areas experience some slight or massive increase in terms of output, the distribution of that maize to be available in places where it was needed most was lacking. And it was because the marketing linkage part of the PFJ intervention was not built well. And so for some lessons learned to foster transformative outcomes, what we can say is that for a transformative outcome in the agriculture sector, an output market service is as key as an input market service. What we saw was that the PFJ overly focused on an input market service with the state directly intervening, but the output market bit of it was not really facilitated well. And we think that for that transformation to happen, attention should be on the input market as much as also on the output market. It is that dual attention that would make sure that production would increase, that production can be spread fairly across the country. And when there are periods of glut, that production can be stored and distributed in periods where there are scarcity. So we see that input markets and output markets are both key and deserve the same attention. What we can also see is that in terms of cost of fertilizers or cost of input, some sort of subsidy nationwide is needed to make these inputs affordable because the bulk of the production in the country is smallholder basis and subsidy is key. However, putting that subsidy on a quota of inputs, make that input eligible for all kinds of practices. If an input dealer has a quantity of input of fertilizer that he or she is selling, and there's only a quantity of that is subsidized, then that subsidized quantity becomes, it's attractive to diversify that quantity of inputs to be able to add on and get additional profits. But when the subsidy happens across board, then the price of fertilizer is the same. And so the possibility of diversifying a quota is removed. But then that is a big challenge to be able to subsidize inputs nationwide. It requires a long-term planning. And we think that beyond that broad subsidy, there is also the need for additional targeting with credit. Because for many farmers, even with a subsidy attached, without a credit system that makes it possible for them to assess the input before production and pay after production, many farmers cannot be able to access that input, especially the resource poor farmers. And so the targeting has to be manageable. What we learn from the mass credit scheme in the first phase of the PFJ is that when you issue a credit scheme at that large scale, and you don't have an effective monitoring system, which the Department of Agriculture doesn't have, then it becomes difficult to recoup your cost. But when the credit scheme is relatively targeted and at a smaller scheme, then the management of that credit scheme and the monitoring and making sure that payments can be recouped can be effective. Then what we can also say is that long-term investments are needed to develop a local input industry. And here, when we compare what happens with the seed industry to the fertilizer supply, we saw that although both of them in terms of prices, nominal prices, they saw some increment. Because the seed industry was largely localized, the rate of increase was relatively manageable. And so some investment, especially around fertilizer production locally, is needed, but this requires a long-term planning because currently, even if we were producing fertilizer in the country, probably the bulk of the raw materials will still have to be imported. So it would go back to just the same as importing the fertilizers. So it requires a long-term planning to find a creative way of improving productivity substantially with locally available and a little mineral fertilization, but also developing a long-term plan of beefing up a local fertilizer production industry. And then we think what we can highlight, but we don't have an answer to what we think we can generate discussion, is to how to effectively articulate the relationship between the state and the private sector, or what we call the market. What functions can the state perform effectively, and what functions can the private sector perform effectively? What does the private sector need from the state as an enabler to be able to perform the function? It's a bigger question that we still have. So, thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause. That was a EO woman's performance. Okay, I think those of you were hoping to hear what the research was about. I'm sure you had more than enough. This is a very comprehensive overview, and let's thank Dr. Obeng Adoma for her delivery. Now we take 15-minute break, stretch our legs. There's some refreshments at the table there, and then we'll come back at 11:30, and then we'll take the discussion segment. There'll be as much time for the discussion as we had for, the listening. So let's come back at 11:30. Thank you very much. Speak so clearly. I'm sure your students enjoy it. presentation starting from context through setting the basis for the research, the reconnaissance, and from the very general and then to the particular of the selected crops and area of research, and then the presentation of what was found in the field, from which then again, from that particular, was moved again to the general to connect to the framework through the research objectives to the framework, and the problematic that drove the research. So we'll spend the next 45 minutes having a discussion, questions, comments, observations on the presentation that you heard. Remember, we'll have another presentation on the 1D, 1F. So for now, we're staying with the planting for food and jobs. So I'll open the floor for questions and comments. We'll take 3 or 4 at a time so as to allow responses, and then there's enough time for everybody to have something to say. So the floor, it's open. Please show by hand if you want to take the floor. Please go ahead. Use your mic, please. You can lift it. If you want to stand, you can lift it. And just identify yourself, please. Yeah, press it and wait. Okay. Press it and just wait and leave it. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Please identify yourself.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I think before I start with my comments and questions. Okay. My name is Michael Owusu. I'm with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. I want to commend Madam for a very good job done. To be honest, when I was listening to her, I thought she was even one of the MOFA directors, because she really has a lot of good information, very, accurate, information, right from the beginning. I really enjoyed listening to her story very well, and I was very impressed. I'm still impressed. But except that, there are some few disagreements, if you like, especially with the conclusion and also some of the statements she made. Partly because I don't think that, in the process, she visited the National Coordination Office of the PFG, because there's a secretariat for the PFG. I am part of that secretariat, and I was asking my senior colleague, who's also the regional director for Volta region, whether he knew about this research, and he said no. And even in his introductory remark, he made a point that he was not contacted. So some of the information that she has put there, even though I like it's very detailed, good information, some are not too accurate, and we must highlight those ones. I made a lot of notes, but I think that if I want to go on one by one, it was going to. I'll do another second presentation. I don't want to do that, to be honest. Her conclusion, the first 2 statements, I don't agree with those 2 conclusions. The first two, if you can project them, so we can have it. There are others that I think I don't want to, belabor the, but the first two, if I can get those two projected, so we can speak to those, that will be fine. But nonetheless, I think that she has done a good job. I mean, I like the work so much, but the advice is that sometimes if you are doing such a good work, you must also, get people who are, also managers of the program involved, especially at the national level. Yes, and so because some of these, corrections, if she had, or some of the issues that I'm going to speak to, if she had come to us, these things would have been, corrected. And so please, the conclusion, the first two. Okay, so she made the point that the only 5% of just about 5% of beneficiaries were first-time users of improved inputs. I mean, no, this can't be the case. Look, before the program started in 2017, for example, soybean seed, improved soybean seeds. In 2017, the whole country, we could only manage to get only 300 metric tons in 2017. If you check the record from 2017, and that was because the producers were not getting market for when they produce it, farmers do not buy. And so when the program came and then the producers of the seeds realized that there's market for, their seeds, production increased right from 2018, 19 up onto 2022 when the program actually ended, the first phase. And the records are clear, they are there to show. And that, if you do the calculation, it's more than even 400% of farmers using improved soybean seeds. Hybrid seeds. There are some varieties that are imported. The Pioneer, we have the Lake, we have the SC719, we have the Pana. This is the hybrid seeds, especially the Pioneer and the Lake, were only being used in the northern region by there was a farmer group called Masara Nasiki. They were the first to introduce. They were the only farmers using improved imported hybrid seeds in Ghana at the time. When the PFJ started, and the records are also there, improved hybrid seeds, imported ones, the volume, and the records are there at the port to check. This one, improved hybrid maize seeds that have been imported over the years. It's more than 200% increment. So and again, fertilizers, we come to fertilizers too. I am part of a committee that looks at fertilizer import every year. From 2016 up to today, the volumes of fertilizer that have been imported into the country, which could be attributed to the PFG. And so that the first, as much as I like your work, you didn't, conclusion, you didn't, you could have been a bit charitable by maybe saying the PFG has, but the conclusion was just, painting, so I think that I don't want to go on and on, but I think let me just end here. But I can tell you clearly that there's a lot of challenges, we admit. There are a lot, and you highlighted them so well. But in addition to the challenges, there are some successes, which I think that must be, some of them must be highlighted in the conclusion. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. This is precisely why we invited all of you, for us to hear perspectives. And I'm sure Faustina will have a bit to say. Let's hear from the sister here in the green shirt. And then after that, let's hear from her first, then we will continue. Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, thank you very much. My name is Ajia Fati from Nsawam, to be precise. In your presentation, I overheard you pointing the district that you've covered as far as your research program was concerned. But I would like to know which specific district in the Eastern region that you were able to make your research. And then secondly, I haven't heard you talking about this phase 2.0 planting for food and jobs program that has already been initiated. But I would like to hear something about that, because being a farmer, to be precise, it's like that 2.0 planting for food and jobs is targeting specific people and not the farmers. That is what I'm seeing so far, because we are not getting much benefit from that program. Yes, so I think it is really boring, and as farmers, we don't know where to lodge our complaint, and we don't know whom to, consult, because they have already made their decision. The government of the day has already planned, this is good for you, whether you like it or not, we have brought it. So take part in it, and we have no say. So I would like to know, as far as your work is concerned, have you so far looked into that? And for that matter, I'm also interested to know, as far as the Eastern region is concerned, which areas were you able to cover? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. I have a few comments to make on the presentation, but before I even proceed, let me admit that Doc and her team did a very good job. If those of us who are in the space, if I want to put myself in there and give ourselves a verdict, per the presentation, I would have said, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would have given ourselves maybe 4, which is a failure. Not because I want to fault people, but I want to say that though the policy was a good one, those of us who find ourselves in the implementation space, maybe there are certain things we didn't do right. And this is just a very clear verdict on all of us, those of us who find ourselves in that space. But let me also say that my observation.
Can you please introduce yourself? Sorry, we missed that one.
Yes, please.
Who
I was
are you?
coming to that. I'll be coming to that. My name is William Jamepe, the regional director of agriculture. I earlier on introduced and said, well, let me go straight to the point. Now, I was thinking this validation exercise and this dissemination program or the research work should have been done much more earlier than what we are doing today, before the rollout of the PFJ2. Because what we are seeing here, virtually next chefs enrolling out a new program that should have built on the first phase. And I'm thinking the target as well should have been those of us who are managing the policy in terms of implementation. A good number of us should have been here to bring our heads and minds together and asking the next phase how the next phase should be rolled out. Unfortunately for us, we are doing this at a point where the phase 2 has already been rolled out, and a lot of the things that should have been incorporated in the second phase would not be put in the first, the second, because the program has already been rolled out. Like one of the farmers said, there are a lot of issues that are already very apparent, very visible in the second phase that we should have corrected, knowing what we had gone through from the first phase. So simply put, our audience, that should have been done earlier, and we should have been looking more of the technical team that should go into rolling out a second phase. The other point I have to also admit and also move on to is the numbers. The first one, I think the researcher spoke about 715,000 farmers that we said were benefited from the first one. And that the figure, she said, was somehow questionable. Yes. Some of us have also asked the same question. Are we looking at new farmers who have benefited? Or are we looking at farmers who are already doing their work and who have been supported by way of inputs? Are we classifying them as new farmers or beneficiaries? That is an area that I think we should find ourselves on the same page to say that no, maybe the definition of beneficiaries, we didn't get that right. And it's something we should also look at. Now, there is also a misapplication of a word that I think the researcher also used that I want to just bring our minds to that and correct it. The use of diversification. I think in where you were describing diversification, you actually wanted to talk about diversion and rebagging of fertilizer, not diversification. Because if it comes to diversification and diversion, they're totally two different things. And I want you to look at that. There is a place you also spoke about location by way of access to inputs. And you described it as further, F-U-R, which should have been farther, F-A-R. So I wanted to take, because it also connotes two different meanings altogether. But I must admit that the work has been very comprehensive. And it's one that if we had taken on board earlier than we are doing today, would have given all of us a good second phase of the program by way of PFJ 2.0. For now, those are my comments, but then I think I still have some more. Others should also come in, and then I'll come back. Thank you very much.
I am Patrick Ayubakwansa from Ekumfi. Doctor, what's a prudent research you have done 100% and one? Let me go to my local language. Ghana hano se wo yade na se obi hu na oka wo mistake kakra na akomaba. Planting for food and jobs is for the farmers. It's not for the delators. Nti se wo say wo de fertilizer bebre me na me da ye adwuma na wan farm ba na so be ye research no who say ade ne sa na tia also kind of no so that you correct your mistakes. As I'm speaking now, I make a say me register the me district director wa the farmers in my community Ekumfi Abor oma ba register and war April May mu farming by season Ghana because of weather you know ye adwuma rainfall ya mini rainfall de di adwuma oma ba register and omo the seeding say ba omo the way ba up to now seeding sin ba mentumi hu say me kwa na me directed ba this time farm me be adua na egbo wi the seeding sin wo de ba de adua na de be. I don't know the other say planting for food and jobs. Omudi way aba. He. These are our mistakes. This is the problem confronting Ghanaians. And we have to say the truth. Yawai, since your climate change. We don't know. Say obota kwechi, and I say entom kwechi. Why were you telling me? Say we the seed in Seba, maybe they do. Adi we so a bro so dua by season. Na odiye na a bro June a bro by that didn't mean fendua. Na party for food no eye adwuma. Na youth no so ye na obi apa what colored job ɔpɛ office atra hwan na ɔyɛ farmer na hwan na ɔyɛ chopper. So we have a lot. We have a long way to go. Sɛ yɛanka nokware ankyerɛ yɛn ho baako a Ghana yɛbɛtrɛ sɛ na yɛte a. I rest my case.
Okay, I think we'll give the researcher the chance to come back on this, and then we go around again. Okay, so let's give her the chance to come back.
Thank you, everyone. I think some of them are questions, some of them are also comments. I think in relation to the conclusion, the first conclusion, indeed, we haven't gotten in touch with the National PFG Secretariat to get a lot of the statistics from there. And thank you for sharing some of the insights. Indeed, soya is one of the PFJ crops that has seen a lot of massive improvements. So thank you for sharing the insights on soya. What we have here, though, is not from soya. Mainly the cases that we probed was for maize and orange-fledged sweet potato. Maybe the statistics from the national level, even for maize, could be different. But in the study that we did, and if we highlight those who were using the improved seeds for the first time, the numbers was quite low. Many of the farmers had used improved seeds before. So the PFJ reached out to a lot of beneficiaries. Many of them increased the rate at which they were using the inputs. And mainly for medium and large scale farmers, they really access a lot of the PFJ inputs. But for first time beneficiaries for maize, the numbers was quite low. The numbers are not equal to farmers that are using the innovations, farmers that were first time, for the very first time. And I know maybe at the national level, you glean the statistics from the entire country, but these are probes that we have done in specific context. And these are some of the conclusions that we can draw. I don't know if that clarifies some of the issue. Yes. Yes. Okay, and in relation to the question about the Eastern region, indeed, in terms of the detailed case studies that we did on the ground, we focused in the Gomoa East, Gomoa West, and Gomoa Central districts. We went to Nsawam and Fantiakwa, and then portions in Suhum when we were doing the reconnaissance. Initially, when we categorized Volta, Greater Accra, Eastern, Central, and Western region into the Southern belt, we did a huge reconnaissance across these regions to look at how the PFJ intervention had been rolled out. And then we selected cases. We chose Gomoa for maize. Maize could have been studied anywhere because it was the poster crop for the PFJ. But we thought the Gomoa area was very strategic because maize production in Gomoa is also sitting in close proximity with a buoyant poultry sector. And indeed, the 1D1F intervention in Gomoa Central, for instance, is looking to go into poultry production. So we thought it was a strategic place to study maize, to understand the PFJ in its own right, but to also see how the PFJ connects with the 1D1F. So unfortunately, a lot of the in-depth study didn't happen in the Eastern region, but we did a reconnaissance, and I'm sure broadly, some of the issues may have some slight nuances, but many of the cases, the issues may be the same. And then the other comments, I think, are more comments on the 715,000 new jobs that have been created. I think we still need to probe that number. For the PFJ 2.0, I think it's something that we can still take a critical look at it. Indeed, in the discussions that are happening around PFJ 2.0, there seems to be a lot of move towards making the entire PFJ private sector driven. And inherently, there seems to be also an emphasis on commercial farmers and probably not a lot of smallholder farmers who in their own right are probably also commercial farmers, but maybe the scale of production is different. And the idea is that a lot of the issues within the PFJ are going to be managed out of the database that is being created. And out of that database, farmers will be matched to input dealers. Input dealers will use the database to manage supply of inputs and payments. And if possible, the farmer wants to pay with produce, everything will be managed with that database. So it requires that the database is like the foundation of the PFJ 2.0. And we are already seeing some challenges with putting that database together. Farmers are being registered. The numbers are still not quite high. And then farmers are supposed to be registered with a polygon map of their farms, all their farms. And then input providers are also supposed to be registered. The whole vision looks like more towing the direction of the e-agriculture that the PFJ1 alluded to. And indeed, with such a database, a lot can be managed, but the underlying assumption of possibly focusing on commercial farmers is where the inclusivity dimensions may be missed within the PFJ 2.0. And I think the issue with diversion for diversification, thank you, and further for further. Thank you so much for the clarification.
A quick response to the timing of the research and its value. I'm speaking on this because, of course, Third World Network Africa, we initiated the research project and recruited the researchers. This is a project that we actually initiated, we set up just before COVID. So COVID delayed the timetable for the research, and we set it up in relation to what was going on at the time. And I given what the regional director said, definitely I think that given his appreciation of what the research has offered, if it had been earlier, it would have definitely made a contribution to the thinking, hopefully. Although, I mean, I will not be so kind of bold as to claim that this single research would have had far-reaching implications. But I thank him for feeling that we could have contributed to the design thing. But the additional point to make, though, is that the issues that we identified and some of the issues highlighted by the research, I dare say, are valuable on their own, because issues about state-private sector relations, how does the state support smallholder, farmers, small businesses, the whole issues of credit and so on. I mean, I think given the design of the PFJ as of the time we initiated the research, those lessons are still valuable on their own. And I think those lessons hopefully can be drawn specifically on the agricultural thing, but also some elements could be pointing to some other areas. So we really do think that although it may not have connected with phase 2 of the planting for food and jobs, the research benefits is not redundant. Yeah. So we'll go around now and take some more. Let's go to the others. Are there any people on the other side of the room? Okay. 1, 2, 3. The blue shirt, the brown shirt, and then the gentleman at the end. Then we'll come back to this side. Yeah. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. First of all, let me also commend
Introduce yourself.
Okay,
And then.
I'm Mauli Abusa, District Director of Agric Agotim Eziopi in the Volta region. Let me also commend Dr. Postinarai, yes, for the excellent presentation. And let me also use the opportunity to also throw some more light on the PFJ 2.0. So the PFJ 2.0 is a move away from the, okay. So it's a move away from the input subsidy that we experience in the PFJ phase 1 to a smart credit input system. So to benefit from the PFJ phase 2, you need to be registered on the Ghana Agriculture and Agribusiness platform. And for you to be able to be registered, you need a Ghana card. So the AEA will then register you. Then after registration, you will be assigned an aggregator. You will be assigned an aggregator, and then you will have to make an input request. Then this aggregator will now supply you with the input that you have requested, and then you will pay in kind after the production, or you pay with your produce equivalent to the input you have received from the aggregator. So in effect, you have to be registered. You, the farmer, needs to be registered, and your farm needs to be mapped for you to qualify for the PFJ phase 2. So that is it about the PFJ phase 2. So it's a move away from the input subsidy. There's no more subsidy, but smart credit input system. Let me also make a quick comment about the presentation about the increase in the maize produce. You mentioned 2 to 6 bags. You know, the bag itself is not a standard unit of measurement. They are of various sizes. So if it's 50 kg, you can probably indicate it. You can put it in a bracket so that we know the size you are talking about. We also have 100 kg bags. All right. You also mentioned that for us to have effective system, we may also have to look at the input market system and the output market system. In some countries, they had a double marketing system where government buys the produce from the farmers and then store in a warehouse. We have tried the NAFCO, the buffer stock. It didn't work. In your opinion, which strategies do you think we can employ to make this work better? Thank you.
I believe this was a good presentation, and I appreciate the linkage between.
Please identify us.
Sorry. Please, I'm Demakwana Glaser speaking from NetRight. I appreciate the linkages between the farming and then the production aspects of it. That's in terms of manufacture. And mine is more like a broader comment to the Planting for Food and Jobs program. She mentioned inclusivity and the fact that 40% of women are supposed to be beneficiaries. So to the implementers of the program, I would like to know, since women largely do not own land in Ghana compared to men, how are we ensuring that that proportion is being adhered to? Because for instance, if we have about 100 women owning land and we say 40%, how inclusive is that given the general numbers? So I think that we need to take a look at that that input in that is supposed to be generally 40% of women to ensure that inclusivity is really what it should be.
My name is Ali Morrison from Ekunfi, Akopson Amopa Director. I want to speak my local language, Fanti. I remember Mekai today, maybe a farming. Man, go school and Rechi. But maybe a farming, GIZ, you have support for GIZ. German, we training Hana, natural cry, I'm the Mimi, Papa. But what's starting was who baby or cry, Montreal. Okay, Juma, true, okay, BBR, true. Me say, not the way I had my crowd Ghana cry, you are Greek here where you was who Obobwa. And so, or help we are, Okodu baby, the man who the way I will keep records. Okodu baby, man who the way I always input in Adina because of records now you keep putting it. Or one or bring her ring gauge. And soon talk what's a true nation soon reporter every month be and every day be ample ebenya. Yeah, them your money now. Okodu baby. And if the Momo friend now walk to school no code baby, he and a snail by a juma, both work for engage report about to them time is bottle, them time is no ojinaka crack, them time you already. Watch your mother could baby, sir, who the made me now cost you a may skinny mercy sit down womb. O could baby son and play me a family work, the board and my friend you book out one more. Ah, da and a drive, and actually, bye a farming.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Yao Osea Sari. I'm from the University of Ghana, Agricultural Economics and Agribusiness Department. I'm so excited about this research since we have seen or had given a lot of information. For me, it is an eye-opener. And I think that MOFA or those at district level, regional, and then the national level will get to know more insights. For me, it is not too late if only this research output makes meaning to the stakeholders here, especially from the Ministry of Agriculture. They can liaise and see how best what didn't go well can be incorporated, because I expect to see a dynamic system where when you move to a certain level and you see that it is not going well, you can come back. So I expect that to work in the PFJ too. So it's not too late at all, in my view. And another point to note is that this is only for maize and sweet potato. And just these two crops in 3 districts in central region. This is the outcome, what we are seeing. What if we go countrywide? It will be the same thing replicated, if not getting more serious. Where I sit, some of us are of the view that PFJ2 is not far different from phase 1. It's far different. So I want to ask a question, and this question wouldn't go to the researchers, but to MOFA. How sustainable is this PFJ2? How sustainable is it? We are giving input credit, fertilizer, seeds. In one production season, they all finish. Then you are thinking of another cost of supplying seeds, fertilizers. That is not a way to go. If we want to be more sustainable, I'm just giving some ideas. What do the farmers need that will give them long-term use over time? Seeds in 3 months is finished, and we have spent so much money. Fertilizer in 3 months is finished. We spend so much money. But there are other things that when we give the farmer over years, it will still be used, which is long-term assets. What are they? One is tractors, land improvement, irrigation systems. They last for years. This is where, in my view, we should think of investing. Aside output markets where PFJ2, we do all this, after that, farmers cannot market their produce. Then our investment cost, more or less, is becoming waste. And we are reinventing the whole year by year, year by year. We are in the same boat year by year. I think we should look at things differently. We should. For me, this research is an eye-opener. And Doc and his team, I would love to see other ideas from other sectors of the country, other crops, how it goes. Because for me, sitting here looking at this, I'm sad. I'm sad. For me, this is not impressive in terms of the output, the findings. Since 2017, 2024, what is the difference? Just divide it by the number of years and we'll see whether we are making progress as a nation or not. We are not, in my view. We are not. So I want to know from my senior colleagues here in MOFA, how sustainable is this PFJ2? Thank you very much.
At some point, we'll give somebody from MOFA the chance to speak on this. Let's come here. Gentleman in the brown shirt and then the next one.
Thank you. My name is Duncan Amwa from PFAG, Water and Material. I first of all thank the researchers. They did very well, showing that they know what we, the farmers, are facing, the challenges we are facing. And I also plead with them that next time, their donors help them that where we have forests, they should do research on our production rates over there. Because always we still continue advertising fertilizer. Where I'm coming from, there are areas we don't need fertilizer. We need other aspects, like my friend said, irrigation. And number two, I also add, the youth that we always say that they are no more interested, they are not interested in farming. They have the interest, but the playing field is not there. Why am I saying so? When you look at this very big forest that you go and clear, I did one recently, I'm still doing, they are working for me with chainsaw now, chainsaw machines cutting trees today. Very, very expensive before you can clear a forest to do maize farm. It's not easy. Then when would that youth go in there and use money? It's not by using tractor or whatever. So we should create a very good playing field so that farming will be very simple and attractive for the youth. I'm dealing with Togolese, the Beninians, the Ghanaian youth that I'm working with, and they are very energetic. They can work. But the playing field is not there because they don't have much capital to input in and do anything and get anything. So they become what? By day and contract. So that's to MOFA. I think we have been entrusting our project to politicians too much. 1D, 1F project. This dam at the north, my region, no sign. Although we only hear, people don't even understand what we are talking of. 1D, I'm talking of OT and Volta region. We don't have any dam there, but look at the Volta lake lying there. We fear of drawing water with pipes and machines so that we can irrigate inland of other regions, Eastern region, Ashanti region, Volta region, and in the north, no. Not just in digging ducts or what do you call water reservoirs. They should actually put money in irrigation. When you go to Burkina Faso, you see what is happening there. You go to Niger, you see what is happening there. Now Ghanaians, guys, and the Nigerians, what they are doing to them, they are being able to pay 6 million CFA francs because they are promising them in Ghana here that they can help them travel outside. Through farming that they are making those monies. And those money come from Ghana here there. Then these scammers will be in Ghana here, exploit them. Why we have the same, our water bodies are larger than theirs over there. So we, as my friend said, we'll still buy fertilizer this year. Every year we go back to class 1. Another year, class 1. And then we are criticizing the youth. The playing ground is not good. We should build there very well and make it attractive. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Doc. I just want to say a very big thank you for the opportunity to be here and also share some one or two insights I gleaned from your presentation. My name is Isaac Kwesi Asante. I teach at the University of Education, Winneba. The first point I want to draw your attention to is about the standardization of the bags into tons. That will become a little bit of concise so that we'll get to know the effect of the volume that you are talking about. And then the other thing is about the income, the yields translation to income. I want to find out whether you estimated gross margin, which is an estimation of the yield per income as at the time of harvesting, so that issues of history and demand will not affect the quantum of production that is coming out, so that it can help us to estimate exactly how much yield is translating to income at the time of harvesting. It helps us to make the production, the yield translated to income very concise. And it helps us to understand at the time of harvesting, are they making profit or are they making losses or are they breaking even? Then the issue of inclusivity. I was a little bit at a loss about the fact that we are talking about resource poor farmers, but your studies did not capture farmers with disabilities. And that question will have to go to the people who are implementing the project, that if they are targeting resource poor, there are our brothers and sisters who have disabilities who also need that opportunity, because these are government that can help them to actually receive more support as compared to other farmers, like the rich farmers who can always buy some of these resources. And then the issue of disaggregation of yield. We all know that hybrid maize yields are higher than our conventional yields. But if we bulk them together, we will not see how the effect of these farmers and how they are producing with the yield, the hybrid seeds. And if possible, next time, if you can add the efficiency to it, so that we'll get to know the variables that are responsible for their inefficiencies. And then as we make recommendations, then we can work on eliminating these variables in order to help our farmers to enjoy the benefits of some of these projects. Once again, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the last one and then Faustina will wrap up and then we'll go to the next section. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Emilia Gansa. I'm coming from General Agricultural Workers Union, GAU of TUC. Dr. Bing and your team, thank you very much. This is an eye-opener. Whilst I was listening, I think I heard that the overall program was to reach about 40% women. Did you look at the Ekumfi, Gomoa area, how many women it reached and what benefits? I think I didn't see that in your research. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll return to Dr. Faustina to take these comments and questions, and then we'll move on to the session on the 1D, 1F. We'll give the chance at some point as we're wrapping up to our friends from MOFA in that closing session to make some comments in response to the question thrown at them. Okay.
Okay. So I think quite a number of them were comments, and thanks for the clarification on the PFJ 2.0. And indeed, the comment on the bags not being a standard measure for knowing productivity, and indeed linked to the comment on converting the bags to metric tons, which would be a more standardized measure of knowing that. And in terms of your question on really the output market and what would work, I think that is a discussion that we as a country and stakeholders within the agriculture sector need to have. To know, I mean, the buffer stock exchange program was state managed. And in instances where the state takes up the responsibility of managing some of these output market arrangements, what is the capacity of the state to manage that efficiently? That is one of the questions. And in situations when the private sector takes up the output market arrangement, what is the capacity of the existing private sector to do that nationwide? And what is the enabling environment that the state can provide for the private sector to do that efficiently? That is also a question. Is it an either or, a state or a private sector arrangement that would work, or it's a combination of state-private sector arrangements? That is also another question. Indeed, I don't have a direct answer to that, but I think that is one of the critical discussions we need to have as a country if we want our agriculture to transform. Output market arrangements are key, because even across the ecological zones of Ghana, with the exception of a few crops that you can do right from the coastal savanna to the Sudan savanna, quite a number of crops are ecology specific. And we need an output market to make these crops available across the entire country. The arrangement that would work is something that we need to really have detailed discussion about and plan towards it in the long term. I don't have a direct answer to that. And I think the rest were mainly comments, and there was one question on the yield analysis. Indeed, we didn't do a detailed yield analysis, as you would call a yield analysis, with all the parameters to know which parameter influenced the outputs that farmers realized. But from the statements that we get from farmers could allude to the specific qualities of the seeds that they had access to. One of the issues was the fact that many of the seeds were early maturing. And so for the season that is very unpredictable, if you were able to get your seed planted and it means the first 2-3 sets of rain, you were sure that before the dry spells happen, you would have been able to get some grains from your maize. They also alluded to the drought-resistant properties of some of the seeds, that even with a few number of rains, the maize that they planted could still pick up cobs and develop grains. So these were some of the qualities that they highlighted. And then in addition to the use of NPK to do underdressing and urea for top dressing, they could also highlight that the combination of the fertilizer together with the seeds indeed were things that accounted for the improvement in their yield. In terms of the translation of yield to income, indeed for an ordinary farmer, the parameters that matter after your output is the price you would get on the market. And that is why from the perspective of farmers to really see how the PFJ has contributed to improvements in their income, we use the prevailing price at the point of when farmers were selling the output that they got from the maize to indicate that comparing the output, the price that they got in relation to the investment they made in accessing the improved seeds and fertilizer, at the end of the day, what did the farmer really get? So for the farmer, and indeed we did not do this translation nationwide because it's also context specific. If your output increase and price have increased for your area, you are in a better position to improve your income. If your output increase and prices drop in your area, you are not in the same situation as somebody who is witnessing a price increase. So that is why we also did, we highlighted that to be able to make any kinds of conclusions on increase in income, we had to look at what happened to overall output in a specific area. In that case, we see that some places we can state that there were increases in income, but in some places there were not increases in income, although increase in output seems to be across board, if that is clear. I think the rest were suggestions. And on the issue of irrigation, indeed, we did a tangential case on rice in Gomoa East, and we saw that even though the intervention on rice didn't provide a lot of the inputs that the farmers needed, because irrigation existed around the Gomoa Ochre area, and farmers could produce rice as well as seed rice or rice seeds, the farmers were making their own investments. They were purchasing their own inputs, and those farmers seems to be better off than farmers who were leaning on the PFJ to access subsidized inputs. So indeed, sometimes in some situations, creating access to some sort of infrastructure, much more than improving access to subsidized inputs seems to be the case to go. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all very much. I think we're running late, but I suspect that, so we move straight to the presentation on the one factory, one district, and then have the same open session. So.
Okay, so thank you again. And it's good to see some personnel from management of some of the 1D1F factories that we engaged here. Thank you so much for coming. This presentation would be a bit shorter than the PFJ because of the overall situation of the 1D1F and the difficulty in finding viable cases to study, which in it's a finding on its own, the fact that we had difficulties in finding viable factories to study. And then in the factories that we found to study, the difficulties in getting some of the data that we needed, which is expected if an intervention is private sector led. So similar to the PFJ presentation, I will quickly give a brief context and then the objectives of the study, which is the same as the PFJ, but this one applied to the 1D1F. I'll share the research approach, which is the same. Then I will share insights from two specific cases, which is the case of a Krumfi Fruits and Juices factory, which is a poster factory for the 1D1F, and also the Casa de Ropa factory. Then I would bring the insights from these cases into the findings across the 8 objectives of the research, and then I'll share some conclusions and some lessons that we learned. So similar to agriculture, the share of manufacturing to GDP is also declining, probably at a faster rate than agriculture. By 2017, when the the 1D1F intervention was rolled out, the share of manufacturing to Ghana's GDP was just 4.5%. And what we see is there's an increase in export of raw materials, and then there's a rising import of manufactured goods. Now, that was the situation when the 1D1F intervention was launched. The government envisioned that the 1D1F intervention would move one that is not dependent on export of raw materials, but one that is processing some raw materials and that is exporting finished produce. So the idea was to add value to the crops that we are producing, but also beyond crops to modify the economy of Ghana so that manufacturing becomes one of the foundations of the economy. The roots of the 1D1F intervention can be traced to the Integrated Program for Accelerated Growth and Industrial Development, which was called the Rural Industrialization Program of the Kufuor era. Many of the components that were listed, including the presidential special initiatives around that era, finds some of their gleanings into the 1D1F intervention. So what did the 1D1F aim to do? It aimed to add value to the natural resources of each district to exploit the economic potential of each district based on its comparative advantage. So the idea of the 1D1F was to look at each district, what natural resources are available for processing, and to tap into the availability of those natural resources to develop an industrial component for manufacturing in that district. Because the idea was this was going to be district specific, the vision was also to have a wide array of industries fairly spread across the entire country, such that the stimulation of economic development that would arise from manufacturing would be countrywide, instead of an intervention that says develop an enclave and bring all the factories there. The idea was also to create massive employment in these areas, especially for the youth who are mainly located in rural areas or peri-urban areas, but that are struggling to get employment. So the idea was that by the establishment of these 1D1F factories, people will get employed in their communities or localities, and then we would be able to curb some of the situations of rural-urban migration. And then we'll also hope that with establishment of a manufacturing component in the country, we can rather move towards the promotion of exporting finished products, which would improve our foreign exchange earning. And then we'll be able to substitute many of the things we import with locally produced options. So how did the 1D1F aim to achieve this objective? The idea was to provide incentives to stimulate private investments and growth in the industrial sector. So the government envisioned that the 1D1F is a private sector-led intervention. What the government was going to do was to provide incentives packages that would make venturing into industrial setup very lucrative for the private sector to commit their own resources into setting up manufacturing enterprises. So the program envisioned two elements. One was a stimulate package for existing local industries that are still viable and strategic, but then that are struggling due to various challenges. So these were what they call the brownfield investments. So you give a stimulate package to revive an existing industry that is struggling. So you tackle the challenges or the struggles that the factory have with the idea of reviving it. And then the second one was to focus on establishing at least one economically viable medium to large scale industry in each of the districts in Ghana. So per this analogy, if a district has an existing company that is viable, then that district is likely to have two 1D1F factories. So the idea was that reviving old factories and establishing new factories would create more factories beyond the number of administrative districts that we have. So the caption 1D1F could probably even be one district, two factories, depending on how many viable factories are struggling there. And the whole target was to create between 1.5 million and 3.2 million new jobs nationwide by the end of 2021, by which time they envisioned that many of the factories would have taken off. Now, the research objectives was the same: to examine the paradigms to industrial reform that we can already find, or we can glean from the way the 1D1F was designed, or it was conceived, designed, and implemented, to examine inclusivity and transparency in the selection of beneficiaries, assess the nature and effectiveness of state support within the intervention, evaluate how 1D1F has contributed to increases in production levels and incomes of direct and indirect beneficiaries, especially smallholder farmers and women, and also explore how the schemes have contributed to increased diversification of rural economic activities, employment and growth, and assess the contribution of the schemes to boosting agriculture and manufacturing production for the home market. Examine the extent to which the two interventions already show that it strengthened the links between agriculture and manufacturing, and then make recommendation towards the strengthening of their transformative impact. The research approach is the same, so I would just quickly run through it. Started with DEX review, and here a lot of it were statistics from the 1D1F Secretariat on the numbers of factories that were at different stages of conception, the focus of these factories, and we already saw from that list that about 70% of them were related to agriculture and agro-processing. Then we also looked at some of the statistics around the numbers of setup that belong to women and youth groups. Those statistics had all started to come out by 2021 when we started the DEX review. Then we also did a reconnaissance in the Southern Belt to scout viable 1D1F factories. And indeed, there were several places that you hear there is a 1D1F, you get that there is a building, but there's nothing that is operating there for you to actually even speak to people. So eventually we settled on 2 cases of 1D1F, one in Ekumfi district, which is the Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory, and then one in Gomoa West, which is the Casa de Ropa factory. And what we also did was to pay attention to the media reports and news items around the 1D1F intervention, right from 2021 to 2023, to see some of the discussions and many of the documentaries that were being done around the intervention. So Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory. It's interesting to know that the whole 1D1F program was launched in Ekumfi. And at the launching of the program, the president highlighted how 1D1F was supposed to lead the way for transforming the industrial capacity of the country. And after the launch, the president cut the sword for Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory to start. And Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory is located in Ekumfi strategically to take advantage of the production of pineapple within Ekumfi, which is one of the main reasons behind the 1D1F intervention. Ekumfi, it's an old pineapple production enclave dating back to the 1950s and 60s. And in fact, farmers in Ekumfi Abo told us that the tree name Abrobe that we give to pineapple emanated from Ekumfi when farmers saw that the palm fruit looked like abe. So the idea, the adage is that farmers were saying the palm fruit from abro, which is abro for abe. That gave the name Abrobe. So farmers say this to signify that they have been producing pineapple, and probably one of the oldest pineapple producing enclave within Ghana. But what we saw was that by the 1980s through to the 2000, pineapple production in Ekumfi almost died. And the main issue was because the farmers were struggling to get the needed productivity from the investment that they were making. There were pest and diseases challenges. And the few pineapples that they had, the prices were very low. So to invest in pineapple production amidst the pest and diseases challenges and still get a low price for your pineapple fruits, many farmers moved away from pineapple production. So up to the early 2000s, only a few farmers still produce pineapple in Ekumfi, but mainly not even for commercial quantities. This situation happened until the 2010s when GIZ came into the enclave to revive pineapple production. They took farmers through quite a lot of trainings, and I'm sure when the man there spoke from Ekumfi, he alluded to some of the trainings. It's something that farmers in Ekumfi really talk about, the intensity of the trainings that they went through to revive pineapple production in the area. And right around the 2010s, all the way to 2014, 15, 16, when pineapple production revived in Ekumfi, then the budding pineapple
I think we can't hear anything, so if you can reconnect us.
of a Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory. The factory operates around 3 dimensions, what they call the farm direct. So in Ekumfi, the factory started with the production of the fruits itself. Knowing that the factory was siting there to take advantage of the existing raw materials, maybe the factory wanted to experiment how the raw materials can be guaranteed. So the factory started with arrangements around producing or assessing or sourcing pineapple as a raw material. That was way before it even set up the processing plant and started putting fruits into processing. So what they started with was what they call a share growing arrangement, which is typical to a sharecropping arrangement that many of us know. So they went into arrangement with farmers. The farmers procured the land. Ekumfi Fruits and Juices supported them to make payments for the land. And they supported the farmers with the inputs that they needed, including the pineapple suckers, plastic mulch, but also fertilizers to produce the pineapple. And then the output was supposed to be shared into 3 equal parts, one for the farmer, one for the factory, and one as an investment that will be plowed back into the farm. But this input was not supposed to be given to the farmer per se. Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory will absorb the entire produce and then pay 1/3 money of the equivalent of the 1/3 portion of the fruit to the farmer. Now, what farmers indicated was that the factory arranged with them that each fruit, irrespective of the size, would be bought at 85 pesos. And that was the agreement. Farmers that were into the sharecropping arrangement for the period of, say, 9 to 12 months that the pineapple was being planted and waiting for it to fruit, they were also given a stipend of 200 Ghana cedis a month by Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory. Now, at the end of the first production cycle, the farmers harvested their fruits. They supplied the fruits to Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory. The factory paid the money. All was good. At the end of the second harvesting cycle, they harvested the produce. They gave the produce to the factory, and then they started experiencing challenges with payments that they were expected to receive from the factory. I think there was the impasse between the factory and the farmers existed right from the second production cycle, right from the second time when farmers harvested their fruits, which was unresolved. And farmers consistently highlighted how they felt that the factory had cheated them. Before that issue could be resolved, the factory came in with a new arrangement that wanted to convert some of the farmers into a proper outgrower scheme. The option was to join an outgrower scheme, or the factory had then also acquired additional lands, around 12,000 acres of land within the Ekumfi area that they had started a factory farm. So farmers were also given an option to be employed in the factory as farmhands or stay as outgrowers. And as at the time that we were collecting data, 450 farmers were within the Ekumfi outgrower scheme. And out of the total pineapples that goes into the processing plant, 10% of that was coming from these outgrowers. Okay, so the factory direct, which involves the actual processing of the pineapple, started way later. In the initial stages, the factory assessed these pineapples, but they were selling the pineapples. After some time, I'm sure when access to fruits was established, then they started the processing of the pineapples. But when we were collecting the data, we realized that the factory still produces under capacity. It runs the processing plants 3 to 4 times a week, and they run an 8-hour shift. But the processing plant has the capacity to be run throughout the week for a 24-hour shift. So they were producing below capacity. And one of the main challenges was the low access to raw materials. So what Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory had done was also to include other fruits that could beef up the juice content of the Ekumfi Fruits and Juices. And they had added watermelon and other fruits to it. And for watermelon in particular, I think about 70 to 80% of the whole fruits can be converted into juice. The fiber content is not a lot compared to pineapple. So the addition of watermelon was a strategic way of beefing up the juice content. At the time of data collection, the employment in the factory stood at the farm direct, it stood at 150 farmhands, and many of them were women. There were a few men who were also part of the farmhands, but quite a number of men were supervisors in the farm. Many of the women were farmhands. They included mulchers, they had several levels of the work that you do in the farm. So based on the work that you do, if you were a harvester, you were labeled as a harvester, depending on the job that you do. And they also had the 450 outgrowers. They had the factory direct that had 65 workers, 30 of them are women, and some of them belong to the administrative positions in the factory. The case of Casa de Ropa. So Casa de Ropa was an existing factory, although it was mainly into farm production. They had a farming estate in Gomoa Bewadze, which is a bit different from the current location of the factory itself. They were in the Bewadze community. They started with the production of pepper. So the locals even called the factory Mako Mako. Up till now, they still call the Casa de Ropa factory Mako Mako. And eventually they ventured into the production of additional tree crops, including oil palm, mango, oranges. But then also later on, much later, they added orange flesh sweet potato to it. They acquired about 300 acres of land and developed a dam within the land that has an irrigation facility. So they are producing quite a lot of the orange flesh sweet potato themselves. So they also assessed. So the factory also secured and accessed an Exim Bank loan facility that they also used to set up the factory. And then that was when they moved into actual processing with the Exim Bank loan facility. So what the loan facility did was to help the factory to put up the building and set up the processing machine so that they can convert the orange flesh sweet potato that they were producing into flour-based products. The first tranche of the loan was supposed to come in 3 tranches, but the discussions that we had with the management, that the agreement was between Exxon Bank, the 1D1F Secretariat, and the factory management, and was supposed to be a 3-tranche loan. The first tranche came and the management really sank the bulk of that money into putting up that edifice and also arranged the processing plant. And right from Ekumfi, the president came to commission that factory too. The factory started operations right after commissioning. And at the point of operations, they were employing 154 workers. 135% of them were women. Many of these workers were also at the factory farm. Now here, it needs to be highlighted that the factory was already a farm and they were already employing these women. So even though these women are categorized as employees within the Casa de Europa factory, a lot of it is not new employment per se. They were already farm hands in the Mokomoko farm before it became a Casa de Europa farm, and 65% of them are permanent workers. Shortly after it commissioned and started operations, the factory closed down commercial operations again. And the main reason why they shut down was because the processing plant was not set up to the level of being a viable processing plant for the capacity that the factory can produce and make profits out of it. So they still required quite some capital injection to make sure that the factory can produce at a level that they can meet the market demand and make profits. And so they needed about an estimated 3 million Ghana cedis to inject into the processing facility. But at the time of data collection, the second and the third tranches of the loan from Exxon Bank facility had not arrived. And what the discussion was then was that Exxon Bank had also requested the factory to start payment for the first tranche of money that they received from the loan facility. So in terms of a broad vision, at the time of data collection, only 11 workers were at the Casa de Europa factory, and many of them were at the farm again, and then about 2 or 3 workers were still maintaining the factory floor. They only produced some products as samples to showcase visitors that came there, but they were not producing commercially. So the vision of the factory at full-scale operation was to employ 450 farm workers, 150 production plant workers, and 400 distributors. So insights from both the Kumfi Fruits and Juices factory and then the Casa de Europa shows that quite a bulk of the employment in the factories, whether substantial or envisioned, is at the farmhand level. So the nature and effectiveness of state support. The government was supposed to mainly facilitate access to credit, of course, in addition to a number of tax exemptions. The credit facility was to come with an interest payment subsidy. So commercial banks that were giving loans to the 1D1F factories were not supposed to exceed an interest rate of 20% per annum. The excess was supposed to be absorbed by the 1D1F Secretariat, and that was the package that the government was given as part of the 1D1F program. There was a waiver on import duties and levies of equipment and machinery, but also if any factory needed to import a component of their raw materials, there was a waiver on it, although the idea was that the bulk of the raw materials would come from the locality. Then the 1D1F Secretariat also made available 2 consultants to provide technical assistance throughout the process of setting up the 1D1F factory. They were also supposed to be given tax holidays for 5 years after the commencement of business. And the government was also to facilitate access to markets. So anytime governments needed to procure anything for, say, the school feeding program for the secondary schools that any 1D1F factory was producing, the government was supposed to access it from that factory. Now, the effectiveness of this state support in terms of what it means for the 1D1F intervention can be seen from whether indeed there are existing viable factories that are operating within the 1D1F intervention. And we see that cash injection through access to commercial loan is something that is key for a factory to start. And indeed, both the Casa de Europa factory and the Comfy Fruits and Juices factory had access to some cash injection, had some access to cash injection. The question is whether the level of cash injection they had through the loan facility that was facilitated by the 1D1F Secretariat was indeed sufficient to give a viable production to the factories. And so we saw that although both factories had received the first tranche only and not the second and the third tranche, a Comfy Fruits and Juices factory was still injecting additional cash into the factory. And so the factory was viable and it was operating. But then the level of production was still below capacity. And the main reason probably was low access to raw materials and not necessarily maybe a challenge with the processing facility itself. In the case of Casa de Europa, the factory had halted production because the cash injection needed to run the processing facility itself was not available. So for these two factories, one had access to raw materials readily, but then capital injection for running the processing plant was a challenge. The other had injected capital into their processing plant. Access to raw materials was a challenge to promote full operation. In terms of improvement of incomes of beneficiaries, we saw that from the way the 1D1S was conceived, the direct beneficiaries could either be suppliers of raw materials for this factory or persons that are employed within these factories. And because about 70% of the entire 1D1F factories from the statistics we gleaned from the Secretariat are agro-process based, it sort of connotes that the connection between 1D1F and agriculture should be very strong, such that supply of raw materials would be one of the main benefits that smallholders that are producing those crops would get from the intervention. But what we saw was that in terms of actual linkages with existing agricultural production on the ground, it was really low. In the case of Casa de Europa, you can see that the factory probably didn't even envision that it would ever connect to the production, the smallholder production in the area, because they had invested so much in the production of the raw materials. They had set up a huge refrigerator to store excess production, and they had managed to sort of develop measurements and calculations of really feeding in their production into their raw materials into their factories. And when they realized that the land that they have, the 300-acre land, seemed a bit small, they went into Western region to acquire more lands to produce the orange flesh sweet potato. This is an enclave where orange flesh sweet potato has been promoted by the PFJ intervention, and there's no market. And yet the factory was really investing in producing their own raw materials. In the case of a Comfy Fruits and Juices factory, I think the little connection with the existing farm production was as a result of some of the challenges they encountered in their initial share growing arrangement. There was a lot of diversion. There was a lot of diversion of produce from farmers who were part of the share growing arrangement from a Comfy Fruits and Juices factory, because farmers considered that the 85 pesos that the factory was paying for every fruit, irrespective of the size, was really low. In the open market, they could get it up from 50 pesos for a very small fruit, up to 2 cedi 50 pesos or 3 cedis for a relatively bigger fruit. So they were willing to supply to the open market compared to a Comfy Fruits and Juices factory. So for a Comfy Fruits and Juices factory, access to raw materials meant that it needed to compete with the open market if it was going to rely on smallholders to supply that input for them. And that was why if you look at the transaction cost, probably for managing an arrangement with smallholders to supply pineapples compared to if you employed people as farmhands and set up your own farm, then the transaction cost is likely to be lower. And so for the case of a Comfy Fruits and Juices factory, the connection with agriculture, existing agriculture production didn't happen because of the huge competition with the open market. But what we saw was that the presence of a Kumfi fruits and juices factory in the enclave had indeed catalyzed some improvements in pineapple production within the Kumfi area. And the main thing farmers highlighted was the introduction of plastic mulch. For many farmers, they had complained that for a very long time, if you planted the suckers and you had to wait, the surface of the ridges dry up. And so it took a very long time for the pineapples to start fruiting. But with the introduction of the plastic mulch from a Kumfi Fruit and Juices factory, they had seen that if you apply that, then the maturity rates of the pineapple were high. And so they were using a lot of the plastic mulch. And this was a technology that they had learned whilst they were share growers within the Kumfi Fruit and Juices factory. And in terms of direct beneficiaries, we saw that the main benefits were indeed the employment that the factories had created for many of the locals. And indeed, the factories had sort of targeted women, not because women were, maybe the targeting it's good, but inherently it's also because women are the preferred labor force for jobs that are precarious and jobs that are low skilled and jobs that are low paid. And these were the kind of jobs that many of the jobs in the factories represented. A woman would gladly go to a farm and work and get 400 cedis a month. A man would gladly not do that. So indeed, there was a targeting of women, but not because there was an intentional targeting, but also because women are the ones who would take that kind of jobs in the factories. So what we saw was that in terms of direct benefits, many of the workers in the factories were earning what we call salary, a regular income at the end of each month for the very first time. And for many of the farmers many of the people that had been employed in the factory farms, they really appreciated the fact that every month, no matter how small the income is, you could still get some income compared to income from farming that was seasonal. Although at the net analysis, when we did an analysis with farmers, comparing the income they get from agriculture to the income that they get from the factory, if they put together the 12 months salary compared to what they get at the end of the season, the income from agriculture was higher than what they were getting from the factory. The only advantage was the income was regular in terms of what they were getting from the factories. But then I would also highlight that this income was not the same. For many of the farm hands, the income was around 400 to 450 Ghana cedis. And for those in supervisory roles, it was around 600 Ghana cedis. In terms of inclusivity in selection of beneficiaries, the implicit criterion within the PFJ was to be cited, for the factory to be cited as a source of raw material. And many of these agro-processing factories are cited in places where the raw materials are being produced, which are also largely rural. So the implicit assumption is that per these criteria, then the factories are cited in places where vulnerable people that are living in the rural areas can be connected to the industrial production, either as employees or as suppliers of produce. Now, the translation of this into actual inclusivity is dependent on how the factory itself intentionally connects to existing production or is intentional about employing the locals in that area. And in terms of connecting with existing production, we saw that although farmers especially for the Ekumfi area, the Ekumfi Fruits and Juices factory, perhaps introduce salaried work in these small communities for the very first time. And many of the farmers, many of the people that are employed in the factory, either on the farm direct or the factory direct, do appreciate the salaried work that they have been able to get in the factories. And then in terms of both Casa de Ropa and a Kumfi Fruits and Juices factory, they had propelled some sort of local processing of these crops in the area. In a Kumfi, for instance, many of the farmers that had an opportunity to work at the processing plant are doing some small pineapple juices in their homes and also selling in their small localities, although it hasn't taken off as an auxiliary economic activity. In the case of orange flesh sweet potato and the role Casa de Ropa played, with the intervention on orange flesh sweet potato from the PFJ and the realization that access to the market was a challenge, the Department of Agriculture, particularly the RIAD office within the Department of Agriculture, really embarked on a whole sensitization on processing of orange flesh sweet potato within the enclave. So they were training women how to add orange flesh sweet potato to cassava to make fortified gari. They were also training women how to replace the sugar you put in the abolo with orange flesh sweet potato so that you still get the sweet taste, but that is not sugar. And then they were also training women how to use orange flesh sweet potato to make fortified baby food. So some of these small processing had taken off, but they were not at a level that you would call viable economic activity to see that indeed the economic activity in the area has been diversified a bit. And in terms of the factories really propelling alternative or auxiliary activities, we didn't see that everything happened within the factory. In the case of a Kumfi Fruits and Juices factory, the processing happened there. A bit of the juice is sold beside the road at the entrance of the Kumfi Fruits and Juices factory, but quite a lot of the fruits are off-taked from the enclave to supply to many parts of the country. There was somebody who had set up a brick factory around the area with the hope that maybe the establishment of the factory will bring in more people into the area and they would buy blocks to set up some houses, but that also hasn't taken off. So the brick factory is still there at a very defined stage. In the case of Casa de Ropa, we don't even see auxiliary activities that have taken off. In terms of paradigms to industrial reform that are evident in the way the 1D, 1F was conceived, designed, and implemented, we saw that with the focus on taking advantage of the existing raw materials in these localities, and many of these localities also producing agriculture-based raw materials. The whole idea was that if you can take advantage of these raw materials to absorb them into processing, then you are going to establish a link between existing activities, which are mainly agriculture, but also that would feed into a factory. The idea was also that the 1D, 1F not only would connect with agriculture as a source of input, but then the 1D, 1F would also feed into agriculture in terms of manufacturing some of the inputs. But 1D, 1F feeding into agriculture as a source of input was only alluded to in some speeches and some of the project documents. On the ground, what we saw was just a one-way linkage that was envisioned in terms of agriculture supplying inputs to the 1D, 1F factory. Now we saw that there was a strong connection that agro-processing, that is the link between agriculture and manufacturing, would lead the way for the industrial transformation of many of these localities that are rural. But in terms of the articulation of the link that is needed between agriculture to feed into the industries, I think beyond statements and speeches that both the president and the president gave, a lot of it was assumed that automatically would happen on the ground. So the intervention didn't put in a concrete plan of action to connect these linkages effectively on the ground. And here again, the state-market relationship was envisioned that industrialization is a private sector-led development, judging from the experiences of some of the state-owned industries and how some of them had challenges. The idea was that industrialization should be private sector-led, what the state does is to provide that enabling environment that facilitates the viability of the setup and the running of these factories. However, the enabling role of the state has not been well articulated or backed by concrete actions on the ground. For one, in the case of Casa de Europa, the enabling role of the state, if it had been able to secure probably the second tranche and the third tranches of the loan, the factory would be processing at capacity. And looking at the quantity of flour that we import in this country and how the cost of flour import increases the cost of bread and other flour-based products, an alternative of developing or processing a composite flour with orange flesh sweet potato could have reduced the imports of flour in the country. Now, in terms of conclusion, we think that the state support in the 1D, 1F intervention has not been able to propel viable manufacturing for the home market, although the 1D, 1F factories have a lot of potential. In the case of a Kumfi fruit and juices factory that is viable, it's because the management themselves keep on pushing some funds into the running of the factory. Those factories that heavily relied on the support, especially the funding from the government, have halted at different stages, whether at the setup or stages of processing. What we also saw was that the Kumfi fruit and juices factory, in fact, currently on the market is competing with some of the imported fruit juices. And indeed, for many people on the Ghanaian market, the Kumfi fruit and juices, their product is the go-to fruit juice, if only it's available. The challenge is that the demand far outweighs the supply. The fruit juices are not easily available on the shelves of the shops if you enter there. But the Kumfu fruit and juices factory, whilst the local demand has not been met, is also venturing into export and probably adding to the export of some. Then again, articulation of the two-way linkage between agriculture and manufacturing have not been done well. In fact, on the ground, as I said, on the ground, the linkage is seen as agriculture feeding into manufacturing. The linkage of manufacturing feeding into agriculture was seemingly absent. So you don't see the 1D, 1F factories that are focused on producing of agriculture raw materials. We think that unlocking the potential of 1D, 1F for industrial transformation in the country has not been realized after almost 6 years of implementation. So for lessons learned in strengthening the transformative outcomes, we think that there has to be intention in articulating the relationship between agriculture and manufacturing. It doesn't happen automatically because a factory is set up in an area that farmers are producing a raw material. There has to be that concrete plan of action to connect it, because for many factories, setting up a nucleus farm and employing farmers as farm hands seems to be more cost effective and manageable for them than connecting with smallholders and managing the whole arrangement. So if it can be connected effectively, then that concrete action has to happen. Then again, for the case of a Kumfi fruits and juices industry, we saw that the fact that a raw material is available in an area doesn't mean that it is in excess to go into processing plant. So sometimes what we say available raw material, it's probably raw materials that is there, but not readily available to be absorbed into processing. And so the focus can be on really paying attention to agricultural produce that we have in excess. That processing is really needed to take up the excess and process it for the periods that the raw materials are not available. Or alternatively, like in the case of orange flesh sweet potato, really paying attention to those kinds of agricultural produce that a farmer cannot easily sell by the roadside for another person to buy and cook. These are raw materials that require a bit of processing to be able to make them easily available as food. So these are some of the lessons that we learned from the cases. And then again, we also saw that broadly, a system to organize raw materials from farmers to supply into factories is something that we may have to pay attention to as a country. We probably assume that factories have the capacity to organize their own raw materials, but it is an expertise that requires a lot of intention in managing relationships and establishing connections. And for many factories, that expertise perhaps doesn't exist. And so an aggregation process or an aggregation arrangement, whether it's state-led or it's private sector-led, is needed to really facilitate that access to raw materials, where a factory can easily connect to this aggregation entity and access the raw materials. In that case, there is the likelihood that the transaction cost of the factory may reduce, and then it may create an additional linkage between agriculture and manufacturing, which is so much needed in the context that we are working in. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We are running a bit late. Fortunately, this was not as long as the previous one, although just as interesting. And from this side, we can see the flip side. We can see the flip side of the connection in terms of the original, the theme, the structural transformation and the linkages issues. I think some of the issues that were raised on the first side, on the PFJ, are also indicated here. We open the floor now for 35 minutes so that we can have questions and comments, and then would wrap up after that and go for lunch. So the floor is open for questions and comments. Okay, we start with the hand that started at the top there. Okay, let me just identify people first, then we can have a smooth. So
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so
my boss, Madam, Dr. Albin. You have done a marvelous work. I'm from Kunfi Arbor. Many Obia, many Siono, ne then. Yeah, PDF at Kuju. You discuss it, be convincing no. Say Arbor, you for Aburbe abound that into the day, Cronier to Aburbeno. I'm the one. My name is Yuba Kwansa. I'm the kingpin of Article 1. Maybe a kingpin was 1D1F or a Kunfi. In fact, 1D1F, Abobwa a Kunfi youth. Na farmers, no. Excellent. Na yeah, Abubere Yashano, Professor Obape Jami. That's normal. What is so that is yeah. But the plastic board, GIZ form be meetings now day. Yeah, first farm no a Kunfi Arbor, side 1, side 2. Me leader. Now, madam, the pacha who call research who is as a more association. Oh, Jai. Wow, Ghana for ya there, they say they be praise him. I say you do funu, I can see I saw them. The papa no yeah no kwan de baka the boy no de yeah nka dey quick say no de na your ho or that ko hair. You see 1B1F about Kunfi bobo ayen pa beto kun bi baby no I'd go with no yeah mobo. Can you imagine? I'm saying your submission who can say Abrobe outside the no since as I'm speaking today outside I say 1 tube of pineapple motor 5 cities. Why is a company, big company that is about 85 cities? And then 5%, 85%, 5% Yamrana. And then who can find labor? Monday, obi a ọkọdọ by day no 100 Ghana cedis. Pineapple no ekodu baby kura ọmụtọ kura ọmụntụ enyaka. I am a victim. Me as a pioneer, me boy, I am a one district, one factory buyer, May 25th, 2022, Omoto Mabobe, Omuntu up to now. Ukaka, I say, I'm for fertilizer and brow. Mama, fertilizer no deal out the door. You see, I could do baby at Ghana. I will say, you call near A and Yan, so they eat you. I say, preku, preku, preku. Well, your way ni ma both I could ni we mia answer. I'm say company head and wa on Wangasa or Baka Bibiapon because even workers require 3 months, 4 months, you to Boka. Ain't maybe me Tama, me yam introduction, me expectation say, well, first Minister of Trade and Industry for more. Deba didn't know Yafa, one day to one factory. Our Ghana because but you know me and me sure ensure electricity government that didn't know ya upon because sa adi way nyame way na otwe sikapa apart from say sa subsidy na more port free na neke ka no electricity so government dey chair omo ana it almost a room no, if I say family, I should bum. I'm about to dead a moon tracker. Look at that man. I had to quack. Farmers who needs to go a big company control manson. No, we see Kakamu. Maybe they are come. Meanwhile, me de buy a secondary school. Me papa su kwampo ewu a me baba ye na yi. Na me twa abobia no, an me ye sika na jam da yin papa yi. O man up to now. Na me for mun court. Me accountant no tell you for Mr. Raymond. Or no nim na making. So, but near government or the ban or a very good friendship or a very good initiative or a very good policy, but Manuesi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ten. In fact, today I'm very happy. My first one is a comment, and I think we should look at the Pualugu tomato factory, the cassava initiative under President Kufuor, and then this Ekunfi 1D, 1F. It all suffered the same fate. If it is not the price that is low, the support to the farmers is not there. And in fact, the main reason for all these three, I'm just singling out these three, is price. Before the Bodrase cassava factory collapsed, it was price. And GAWU was negotiating the price of cassava for farmers. Before we realized government had sold the cassava factory to Japan. Was this Zoom Lion? And now we cannot even negotiate on prices. Nothing is happening. So I believe we have that good intention to do something, but we don't learn from our mistakes. And the price usually sends the farmers away. And then they come out to say that the farmers are selling the produce outside, to the outside market. But then they are not looking at what they are also doing to the farmers. The farmers, apart from fertilizers, the labor and all that, when they calculate and then they sell to the factories, they are at a loss. So I believe Ministry of Food and Agriculture, you are here. Let's look at this issue of prices and then the support to the farmers. That is my first comment. Now, Doctor, on precarity with the women, did anything come up concerning the use of chemicals in their maternal health or even on their health as women? Did you ask any question? It was only on the wage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Makalibila with Ghana Trade and Livelihood Coalition. Thanks, Doc, for an excellent presentation, of course, insights. But I wanted to look at it from another angle. Maybe you can respond to that. We have done, as Ghana Trade and Livelihood Coalition, we've done similar studies, 2018 and 2019. And even before that, in regards to implementation of Metasip, Metasip 2 specifically, we've looked at how some of these services have actually impacted on farmers. Oh, sorry. So basically what I'm saying is that, I mean, I congratulated Doc for the study, and I'm seeing that GTLC, we've done similar studies in the past. And that even starts from Metasip 2, you know, in respect of how government support is influencing productivity of farmers. And what we have realized is that that value chain system, because in all what you have said, you find out that most manufacturing companies eventually have to produce their own raw materials. If you don't go into production of your own raw material, you will fail. Wenji Tomato Factory, similarly, failed because they didn't have control of the raw materials, so they had to start producing their own. And I'm seeing that Kofi is following the same step. Would you say that the value chain system currently as it is has not served us right? And I would also want to make a case that where you have manufacturing companies, you know, competing with other market actors for a particular raw material, is it feasible to also look at a market system per se of that particular product rather than the value chain that narrowly serves a particular factory or a particular system, and therefore does not serve that general kind of outlook of production and manufacturing and of marketing as we envisage it to be? I don't know whether I'm making sense. You know, so basically, I want to see whether you have found that in your study, and whether it's something that we can consider looking at. Probably with the Department of Agriculture, I don't know, you could look at that as part of the way forward towards solving some of the challenges we have so far in letting 1D, 1F, and of course PFG work to, complementarily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. I'm Hajia Fati once again, a farmer from Nsawam. I have 2 questions and a comment. For that matter, I first of all want to ask, anyway, Doctor, I understand your research, it was just after the whole program has been designed. But I would like to know if maybe before the program, for example, let's say they want to bring in 2.0 planting for food and jobs, who and when has that program started before it came to existence? Good. And number 2, I want to talk about the Exim Bank's issue. Exim Bank was established by the MPP government. And I believe it was made to, take care of the farming activities and what have you. And from your research, I've realized that apart from a Akonfi project, and it seems that the second one, I haven't heard anything. I don't know whether your research has gotten more insight about that, or as and the rate at which Exim Bank has traveled so far. I come back. I would like to hear something about that as well. And lastly, to the extension officer, I was hearing someone trying to show me or show us as farmers how to register and get this kind of input and what have you. I know for every institution like doctors, teachers, and what have you, before the government will plan about them, they call them together, then they plan. Oh, this is what we want to do for you guys. We want you to wear this shirt. We want you to do this from this time to that time. But in the case of the farmers, zero. They go in there to represent us, do whatever they want. At the end of the day, they come out that, yes, this is what we want you farmers to do. I could remember, I want to refer to a program, it's about 2 weeks ago, we attended, and the extension officer just came out and read everything, after which he was just laughing, clapping. I don't know whether he wanted to clap for himself or what have you. Lo and behold, I was just watching him like that, and I say, you God have mercy upon you. Because it's rather unfortunate. You go in there to do your own thing, in the representing the farmer. At the end of the day, you come, the farmer is not benefiting from that, and you say you have gone into work for the farmer. It is rather unfortunate. So if I want to end up, or maybe conclude my, rest my case, I would like to say that the agric extension has been the basic problem of the farmers, trouble or maybe a stress that they are going through now. Why am I saying this? The extension, the time there is something for the farmers, they won't consult the farmers. They go there and they begin to, liaise with the politicians, and at the end of the day, they come out that, farmers, this is what we have done for you. Meanwhile, you are not in our shoes. So please, lastly, to the media, I want to appeal to the media in presence now. This issue is not a joking, maybe a playing something. You know, I'm speaking from out of passion. And for that matter, don't go and cut anything off. The politicians will be listening from now, and as soon as you get to some point, oh, this one, the comment is going to, you cut it off, the whole thing ends up like that. Meanwhile, let me tell you from experience, the farmers on the grounds are really killing the public. Why am I saying this? The issue of the herbicides and what have you is now just, they use it anyhow, because the extension, as I'm speaking with you, for 1 month or 2 months, an extension officer hasn't been to the site to see what the farmer is doing there. Unless there's a program 2.0 or whatnot, then they just come there, take a Wario or whatnot, herbicides to help yourself. And that ends it. So the extension themselves, I don't know whether they are just in our midst. They are carrying our load as farmers. They are not able to carry it. They will leave it down. And, since 19 Kwajohoho, they continue to play this left and right tricks. So please, me already I have a problem with them since, not I alone. Nationwide, the farmers are having problem with the extension officers. So I'm sorry, my brother who commented that this is the way we can go about registering to register and get access to this 2.0. I'm adding up that how many farmers are having this kind of, phones that can access this, your 2.0 program. You see, it's rather unfortunate. Because there was as at the program time, I also asked the same question, and the man told me that if you don't have a smartphone, you can go to the extension officer, he can register you, then after which you go in for your input. If I need, let's for instance, 1 bag of cement, fertilizer, the extension officer registered and had 4 bags, he took 3 and give me 1. How could I know? At the end of the day, I'm going to pay for it. So this whole 2.0 deal for food and jobs, to be frank with you, capture it. Don't go and cut anything, please. I might be frank with you. It's not going to help farmers. And at the end of the day, my beloved doctors, doctor and what have you, will come out and let us know the results. It's not going to help us. Thank you very much. I rest my case.
My name is Sally Morrison. Mebaka Sebium. After 1D, 1F. mekasa mekada GIZ watche record keeping. Time now GIZ wabam 2011 no mu na watche farmers record keeping. Ye adwuma yesunsun atwo na code baby a market na what to on wo free ye na value change. And ye will change. A ton fertilizer ka ho bi. A processor e ka ho bi. A farmer e ka ho bi. Watche here ani na chin. Farmer wadwuma ni na area so dey hu there. Elbesi lebe wadwuma no kra ekota asase ana current asase. O records ni na de baba. Enti moton fertilizer no so orka for fertilizer aban. Ebo hu da no so transport no cost na adi na na aba. Moye processor no so oil we about no cost in na rad bill na din na aba. Ye na edishia. Bohu da wo processor na eboto amfam mabroben. Ehwe me records. Na hu da bi abroben am ye no 1 acre kra mbo ho ka 20,000. Also records ye na ehwe bohu da wa processing ehun da wo so yi wo so. Ba ye hwe market na bohu da baby a wo nyamalekon abrobelekon. Ebi ohompa awu kenya no 10 cedis wo. Ebo hunde ye na ye keep records nti ye tumi charge bom na farmers won tumi sisi yan pi. By this time dem ye mani na processor na ye nya 1D1F na ye man empenfu bi ho a wode da no a farmer we keep records a we hunde 1 acre no crawl ye no kra no cost crawl 40,000. Eti dem ade no bokọ no wa hwe ho ne ye na ye hia na ya tena ase na aka price fine. Bo hu de wa tu wagu wanu nsugom. One sugom why busy one sugom into one my farmers aya na he yentum process ya brube e owo nti because ebe ya de na bo wien as a market na say enye good price pepper bold word man all confirm good price ni na so for record skipping no fin quality ye na ye share tre ya de kama ye wo change nti change in konson na ohon aw aton fertilizer it would cost my pepper na say is abode be me farmer na emi farmer me lose next time me yes come motor fertilizer be nam da support medjuma our processor a processor in a cotton abuben wa manani ije bubum amina me ye adwuma ha me ka ha tata me cost beble me ka ha we mu hu nyamayema beble but ye na ya charge na afa na ye hu to the farmer wo benefit kakra na bo de wo ka na alboni na onka ya kwan bodo processor onu all machine na obo processor din others went bodo wa kan farm na she also farmer so ton one seed na farm na ahwe ya ni nya one person po ma edibat wo ka onu bimpo na chida ya mem nti dem ye mani na okodu nti o ma farmers wo kan he she papa because record keeping no ho na ye na ye zin kola ehun no way ehun no cost wo so ehun cost anye ye kura na adwene ye ehun ye zin kola me ye ho a obotum abo ye ho but on wanya machine wo ho nti obo process otwena abube no bo ya dzin ni bo do process eso nti no akoton na abodin meanwhile na farmer na eye obodu market na abube aba obodu market na brother aba efizi bokọ no 1 cedi na de bia atu anem ya ha kase pa ni nti first na watch here hinazin your auditors are anytime bia every 2 months 3 months the auditors ba nti auditors no woba here farmers na yekita certificate na yema na ya do today wobe check here no hwe na the auditors ni na wa yiwa wontum nkoda nkrofo wo ho no hu na here farmers no wo kan he hye ana farmer na wa yi adwuma enye 1D1F mu ina mu ayi adwuma na abom no mpo mu ina mu yankam na won hwe farmer no records kakra na nka won consider nti dem yem na yemfa nchiem ni na aya wa yo ho wa me first na auditors ban na yehu da yema koyi pa nti auditors still aye for hono chewa wo Ghana ha won yile won name na won nantri yazin na won mu farmers na ho na woton fertilizer na ho na wo process ni na yehwe de mayin me fit de yehwe obotum puna me yin na I de ma farmers lose and you lose keke yes raban.
Thank you very much. My name is Yawose Asari from the University of Ghana. My main question is, what really went wrong with this case study, Casa de Ropa, as a private sector entity? I believe the government probably is doing its best, but as a private sector, are they also doing their best? So I'm thinking, what went wrong? Ekumfi is doing his best, but Casa de Europa is off. And yet we want to push 1D, 1F. It's a very good idea. So I want to believe that this research or this study is unearthing some of the key areas that we have to look at. But I want to believe there are still deeper things that we must find out. I asked myself, was there any feasibility studies done, how the models to operate? For example, one of the lessons which was provided, which is excellent. This we know, in my view, 12 years ago, that that's the way to go if you are doing agribusiness. You can't have farmers supplying all your inputs for you. You must have your own nucleus farm. The farmer's own is just a top-up because they may side sell. And we know this 25 years ago, farmers always side sell. Give them good market, they will side sell. It is their behavior, some of them. We too have our own bad behaviors, and we are all in it. So to move forward, I think we should find out some of these issues. Is it that government didn't do well enough? At a point, government cannot go further. I create the environment for you, you private sector entity, deal with the farmers, move forward. I'm surprised that the second tranche of Casa de Europa didn't come. I was asking, is government so callous that they will not allow the second tranche to come when they are interested in 1D, 1F? Or Casa de Europa did something wrong with Exim that they are holding them accountable, so I will not release second tranche. Those of us in research, if it goes process. If you don't do the first things right, the second one won't come. That's how I'm thinking now. So do you blame government on this? No. Private sector, engine of growth, is not going well. So for me, this idea is good, 1D, 1F, and the research is coming up with more information. I pray that the sponsors for TWN would give more funding so that other areas could be tackled. For me, this is just a case study. And look at what is coming out. What about others? I'm reliably informed about 169 1D, 1F are in operation. I believe they may have problems. We need to fine-tune it through researches like this, and the key stakeholders who are from the government side, here again, MOFA. I have a passion for MOFA and then Ministry of Trade and Industry to come on board if they are here so that we can resolve some of these issues. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ministry of Trade and Industry. So Doug was speaking.
The trade person will come to the Ekumfi factory people. Yeah.
Yeah, Kofi Addo, Ministry of Trade and Industry. I'm sure Doug was also speaking to me once he was talking about the government intervention. Yeah, Doug, thank you very much. For us as policymakers, one of our key things is the feedback. Whenever there's a program and there's a feedback, it allows you to restructure, look at the initiative or whatever you are doing, and then you bring it to meet the. Quickly, let me look at your segment market. 2 products, and now you narrow down to 2 companies, Casa de Europa and Ekumfi. I didn't want to go into Ekumfi too much because the processor himself is here. But there's one thing that you have to underscore. When we started the program in 2017, one of the key principles under one district, one factory is that it is private sector driven, supported or facilitated by government. Private sector driven government. We knew why we were saying this, so that at any time, nobody will come and say that people as a government coming back to do business. We have always been saying it's not government business to be in business. So it's government to create the enabling environment for the private sector to come in. Econfi was the first one to get the support and to start the operation. Econfi had a model that we are all proud of. We used to call it Econfi model. And that is something that we are also replicating for other 1D1F companies, which have value chain, to look at it. Like Doc said, if you are doing any agriculture processing and at least you don't have 70% of the raw material base within your own backward integration, you are not going anywhere. At least 70% should be within your own backward integration. What we have done as a Ministry of Trade, knowing very well that with the support of Ministry of Agri and other development partners, we have even trained what we call, and I wanted to find out even if you were privy to what we call the BACs and BRCs, business. We are also building around the districts because we are also anxious of one thing, that if businesses want to thrive, there's no way that they should be traveling to the regional capitals, because we are saying that one district, one factory. So if there's any business development support services, they should be able to get it within their enclave. So that's why we have established business resource centers, business BACs being supported by Ghana Enterprises Agencies. So now you want to register your company, you want your business plans, everything that you need, it should be doorsteps. That is one. Two, as part of the one district, one factory, what we have also done is what we call technology solution centers. If you are also listening, let me give you an example. I was in Caltech, one of our old companies, doing the ethanol, the cassava processing. I was there for a visit. When I got there, Caltech has gone to uproot its cassava, and it was in the pulley to be taken into the machine for the processing. And for almost 8 hours, the machine was not working. So it was in a standstill. And I said, what is happening? Some said, you came here at the right time. I said, me, I'm not an engineer. He said, but you know, for the cassava, as you are aware, the more it stays and then it dries, you lose the starch content, which will affect the final ethanol product. So because I'm privy to some of these technology centers, I called one of the technology guys. Already, Caltech was speaking to LGS and some Germans in Tema, and they were telling him that they will be coming to the factory side at the nearest 48 hours, 2 days. And by that time, the cassava will call this engineer in my office supporting the 1D1F companies. He called somebody, Doc, remotely. He just said, let's go to your, what do you call it, the control panel. Just give me the picture. The picture was taken remotely. Within 1 hour, the issue was resolved. So the 1D1F that we are doing, we are not just doing it in a vacuum. We have a look at the whole ecosystem and supporting everyone to work efficiently. The banking sector, 2017, when we started, the bank rate was around 15%, 2017. And then we agreed to cap with the PFIs. We have signed agreement with 15 of the commercial banks in the country, and we call them the PFIs, participating financial institutions. Out of this, between 2017 to now, because the interest rate was low and we capped the interest rate at 20%, they were eager to come on board. By the way, you can also see that if you look at our financial institutions and you look at their balance sheet, because most of them are not into the product or best sell, hedging their money in the T-bills. But because of 1D1F, now you see the banks coming into the platform, into production. And that is why companies like Econfi, Wedi Africa, a lot of them now can go to the banks and borrow and at a reduced rate. So we are looking at the whole quantum, and we are saying that it is something that is working, something that can transform the economy, and something that if we all put our hands together, farmers to everybody in the value chain, government will be, and not only government. You remember my minister last year, just before Christmas, came out with a list of items that he wanted to say that let's put restriction on these items. We were not doing this in a vacuum, because we were saying that if we have started 1D, 1F in 2017, and we are having at least 169 in operation, 152 under construction, those 169 that are in operation, if we cannot meet the demands of some of the rice, some of the ceramic tiles, some of the paper and paper products, some of the items that you saw that we wanted to, we have not done our work. But people were saying that no, we should not, because it's going to distort the market. If we all, as Ghanaians, begin to change the way we do our things, 1D, 1F is the only solution to the way we are going. Doc, let me conclude on this. There's a company in Western region called Narrowbase. Narrowbase is doing rubber supporting all the value chain actors. Narrowbase, you can go there. When I'm mentioning them, you can go there. There is a company in the front plains called Denka. Denka is doing cassava processing. I was so because of the innovativeness. Denka was telling me that, Kofi, we have seen that from ethanol, which is the first byproduct from cassava, we are now going to go into another value addition, and we are going to go into glycerin, another thing. That is where the money is. And that is what we are looking at. We have started, we want to go into the other value chains. So, Doc, we are looking at other players to come into the fore to transform Ghana business. If you take Ghana Statistical Service GDP, look at it from 2013 to 2017, and contribution of industry from 2017 to 2022. The result is so mind-boggling. You will see that because of 1D, 1F, you see the sector growing. But we don't look at those things. We just look at contribution of services, industry, but dissect the industry sector, and then you see the contribution of 1D, 1F. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you've laid out some elements of a future research agenda that we will pick up. Yes, Mr. Regional Director. Let's come to the folks from the Ekumfi factory. Let's hear what they have to say. Where are the Ekumfi?
Yes, unfortunately, I'm not from Ekumfi. I think he just stepped out. I wanted to speak before my director, but I think he has
Give a chance to the, because the time is not.
Yes, so he's
because
out.
the researcher, he's not here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's please go ahead. Okay, Mr. Regional Director in the striped shirt. Yeah.
Yes, Doc, thank you very much. Once again, that's a beautiful presentation and thought-provoking one to all of us. I want to ask the parts of the research that looked at site selling, did we look at the issue of MOUs between the outgrowers or the farmers and also the company? Because that was one area I think would have held farmers accountable to the company and also keep them that relationship with the company, MOU. I don't know that you looked into that. Now, the second one, which all of us are overlooking, I think there should be another research altogether in that area, has to do with the competing use of land in that enclave. For instance, pineapple production used to be an area that a lot of farmers around in Sawam were into. And the whole of Bodja saying Sawam, Ekumfi area, it's an enclave that they could have all been using that raw material to feed the factory. Unfortunately for us, if you go to Sawam, the whole area has been taken over by the real estate people. So do you fault the company if they are not getting the raw material? Because within that same enclave where they are to get the raw material, they have a lot of competing interests. Now, a lot of the farmers have also relocated to the Volta region, an area people are not looking so much into. If you come to the Volta region now, we have a lot of pineapple producers who have moved from the Swamp area who are doing lots of good business in the Volta region, and very few people are mindful of that. They are not following up to see what they are doing there. So that is an area we can also look at, where they are relocated and how they are faring. Well, the other one, I want to lay the fears of my mom, Peace and Farmers Association from the Eastern region, who said, she said a lot about PFJ2 and all that. And I want to say, as a ministry, some of those feedbacks are what we are looking at to perfect or to better the situation that we have on the ground. I think we are all looking at the situation where we put our hands together and make things work for all of us. Where there are mistakes, especially when it comes to implementation, I think we should, those of us who belong, will also need to do or play our part to make sure that we get the wrongs righted for a better environment for all of us when it comes to agriculture. So her feedback is well taken on, and I only would suggest that we need more of such feedbacks for us to do better going forward. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the Kumfi factory, the chance to intervene. That will be the last intervention. Then Dr. Obeng Adoma will respond, and then we'll move on to the next steps and then lunch. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. My name is Nicholas Safo from Ikumfi Fruit and Juices. Yes, I would want to believe that we need a price control system, because as he was saying, he had looked at his costs. We would also have our costs. But then since we are to compete at the market, we would need, it would be prudent that as farmers, or if MOFA would be able to put up a price control on some commodities, it would help. I would want to say that he may have a case, but then there was some sort of agreement that had gone on, which would then mean that if you were being paid maybe 1 cedi for 1 kg of pineapple, because of some inputs and then support that had come from our end, you may not get that pricing. And then if you look at it that way, that could also be the reason why there are some diversions in the produce. If we put all these together, when she had mentioned that we have even started the export market, a lot of people were saying you cannot even supply the local market and then you are sending it outside. Remember, this is a loan, and then we need to pay back. With all what he was saying plus my production cost, if I put 1 pack of confit juice for since last week, like it was selling at 5 cedi, and this is 100% juice, no added water, no preservative, the technology that went into producing it and then all that, this is a healthy product. So then if someone would pay a hard cash outside to aid us survive, I think it is fair that we have that done. So I would plead with the farmers that we ought to sit down and then see how we can help each other and then move or grow together. she had mentioned that we are taking about 10% from the outgrower scheme. Yes. So even currently, we are doing 90% from our own farm. And then all of these are huge. But I would also want to touch on the land tenure system. Because see, Kumfi Fruit and Juice has been put there. But we do not own the land. Now, we are doing 90% from our own farms. But then if the chiefs and the people are saying, no, you are not on our side, so then we cannot even give you the land, that becomes a challenge also. Even with the outgrower scheme, we had sought to do this so that if you were the farmer that was doing just maybe 1 acre, because you do not have the machineries, we do, but you have the land, we do not own the land. We can now aid you, clear maybe 10 acres, and then still give you the mulch and all the inputs you may need. And then through that, we are hoping that even if you were just selling some small quantity from 1 acre of land, now like it's about 10 or 5, and then that could scale you up well. So I think we need a dialogue. We have to sit down and then see how we can address such problems. With Madam, the precariousness of the women at the farm, I would be grateful if you could be specific on what we are doing with the women that may not be that good, so that we could also work on that. I believe that will be it for now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks to everybody. I will invite Dr. Abiyanoma now to respond, and then we'll wrap up and go to lunch.
I think quite a number of them were comments, and quite a number of the comments also responded to some of the questions that came up. So I will take a few ones. In relation to exactly what happened in the case of Casa de Ropa is something that I think we need to dig deeper, because unlike the case of a Kumfi Fruits and Juices, where a lot of effort had to be made to secure the raw material, in the case of Casa de Ropa, the raw material was available, and beyond the factory farm, it was also available from smallholders in the enclave. As to what really was the challenge that the second tranche of the loan facility could not come, and what really was the challenge with the existing production plant, that it was able to test run and produce for some time, but then had to halt at a point, is something that I think is more deeper than what meets the eye. And in terms of the value chain system or the market system, and whether it really can respond to this, I think what we should also keep in mind that the current market system that we have, including the value chain for specific crops, is something that has developed to meet the kinds of challenges that we have. If we don't have, as a state, if we don't have a formally organized value chain or market system, we should expect that spontaneous actors would spring up to take a lot of the value chain linkages role. Now, the situation in Ghana is the fact that many of the value chain linkages, it's being occupied by the informal sector. How do we harness what the informal sector, what we will label as the informal sector, what they are doing? What can we learn from it, such that if we want to regulate or we want to formalize the value chain linkages that can effectively link agriculture to processing, for instance, which is similar to the output market challenge of the PFJ. What can we learn from the existing one? Although it's imperfect, what are the things that we can learn from it? And I must say, although the entire market system has certain generalizations that applies to almost every crop, when there's no formal value chain actors, the informal sector spring up to take that role. And in relation to specific crops, then the way the value chain operates, it's also different, depending on the length of the value chain, but also the perishability of the crop that you are talking about. So we have a lot to learn. And I must say, if you want to really develop a market system that pays attention to the output market, and you want to substantially introduce an alternative, you need to find ways the alternative can build on the existing. If you disrupt the existing, it may backfire. And that is the challenge we have currently. Anytime the government steps in with market arrangement, because the informal market arrangement is not only just absorbing the output, but many of them are also contributing support in terms of cash to the production of the crop. We realize that the government eventually is not able to absorb many of the output into warehousing system because the informal sector contributes to the production, and they are usually the first choice of actors when farmers are selling their crops. So we have allowed a certain system to already develop, and it's not going to be so easy to disrupt the system. Alternatives need to pick on the advantages of the current system and tweak where we need to change things. In terms of the PFJ, indeed, it's a private sector driven project. And so the government's role was to facilitate the setup and the operational activities of the factory to make them viable. And I think that for the kinds of investments that the government has also made into the 1D1F initiative, it may still want to really see the viability of the industries that have been supported. And if it means that then the approach becomes specific, factory specific, that is something that maybe the 1D1F intervention has to also look like. A model works for a particular company, maybe to retweak that model and look at options around that model that would work for another company is the approach to go. So maybe at the more general level, many of the indicators or the role of government can be more heuristic, but then each of these one can be tweaked for a company specific kind of approach in making sure that the 1D1F interventions are working. I would assume that for a company whose main challenge is access to raw material, then they would want to see some interventions that help them access the raw material. But for a company whose main challenge is also the market, they may want to see an intervention that looks deeply at the market. And for a company whose main challenge is the processing plant itself, that is where their focus would be like. So it may have to be directed at company specific. And in terms of the Ekumfi fruits and juices factory and the challenge with farmers, indeed, there were agreements. So there were MOUs, but the MOUs didn't necessarily prevent the farmers from side selling. So maybe what actually goes into adhering to an agreement goes beyond signing the agreement per se. I think, yes, and the Exim Bank. And the precarity. Yes, in the case of a Ekumfi fruits and juices industry factory, the precarity comes in one, the level of salary. It's quite low. Although if you did the calculations, the level of salary perhaps is not violating the current minimum wage in the country. But if you pegged it to living conditions, then the salary is low. So now a lot of the discussions around precarity are going beyond country-specific living wages to look at what we call a living income for these farmers. Two, many of the workers are also on casual contracts. And so although if you put together the months that they have worked with the factory is quite some time, but because their contracts are casual, it looked like a Ekumfi fruits and juices factory is not violating the labor laws because in any way it's a casual contract. But after multiples of renewals, you may want to look at the contract that you have with farmers and re-sign a different contract that would give them some permanency status. And if they had some permanent status, then they could be able to benefit from additional things that come with unemployment, say a health insurance benefit. Again, what we also saw was that one of the empowering effects of a paid employment is if the payment goes through a certain formal channel, then it gives the worker an opportunity to use evidence of regular pay to access additional support services. But many of the salaries that are paid for the farmers do not go through what you would call a bank or what you would call a formal channel that they can document that they have access to a stable source of funds, such that even if the farmer wanted to use their employment within the factory to get an advantage in terms of, say, access to loans or access to additional support services, they do work and get monthly income, but there's no evidence of that to be able to use that as an additional support. I think these are some of the things I wanted to highlight, and sometimes to the length of work can really get longer than the usual one, in which case, because it's also, again, not a very formal contract, claims to an overtime pay or allowance is not something that they can legally make claims to. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause for this marathon performance, which from many of the comments made has been highly appreciated. I'll call my colleague Sylvester to quickly tell you what Third World Network Africa is planning in terms of the next steps as far as this program is concerned. Yeah, Sylvester. And they see you.
Okay, I am the one between you and your lunch, so I'm going to be very brief. From the beginning, we said this study, we did a similar workshop in Tamale for the Northern Belt. 2 weeks ago, we did a similar one in Kumasi for the Southern Belt.
Middle.
For the Middle Belt.
You need your lunch.
I need my lunch really. So the report, we're going to put a report together for the three. I mean, it will be a synthesis report, one report. And that report, you will see the factories that are working and those that are not working. You will see all the problems that are running across the country. So that report will be ready, and then we can share with all of you, and you can use it for engagement in your own localities and all that. So that report will be shared with all of you. So that is the first one. Secondly, even after this workshop, if you have some kind of information that you want to send to us that can improve on the report, you can still send to us or forward them to the research team, a team of three researchers. They will improve on the report, all in the efforts at aiming at contributing to Ghana's economic development. So basically, this is what I would say are the next steps. Also, I'll give some announcement, and then Yaw Graham will just thank all of you for coming. In terms of the announcement, first of all, from here, my colleague Uni will be in the room. So you go for lunch, and after the lunch, you come and see her for your transport back. And those who are staying in the hotel, your feeding allowances. She gave you 1 night yesterday, but when you finish, come back for the rest of the nights. So those stay in the hotel, you will take your transport as well as your feeding allowances. You are allowed to stay in the hotel till tomorrow morning. You can check out tomorrow morning. Beyond that, I think that one, you have to come back and then you pay for yourself. Okay. And then just judging from what I heard from all of you, I think the expectations have been met. Haven't you met the expectations? Oh, the presentations, all the reactions and the presentations, I think you can agree with me that the expectations that you laid at the beginning have been met. So basically, this is what I have for you. Yaw Graham will give the final remarks, and then we can go for lunch. Anyone who is here, please see Uni after the lunch for your transport. and then speeding allowance. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sylvester. Yeah, I also don't want to become a roadblock to lunch. It's been a long day. Just to thank you all for making the time and for participating and remaining alert throughout the thing. And once again, thanks to Faustina for her, both for the research, thanks to those who collaborated with her, and thanks to the officials who are here, who are offering to give us more information to go forward. Some of you have thrown up additional research areas that we want to pick up. Our lively sister Fatih from Nsawam, who has made a party political broadcast on behalf of all the farmers of Ghana. But I think the point she makes is important. The mechanism of engagement on a continuous basis is important. I think the discussions have also thrown up some additional issues. The issue of the whole credit, the banking, the credit system, financing, and the gentleman from the Ekunfi factory raised the issue of land tenure and its importance. But what it points to, though, is that the whole thing about transformation is a set of interlinked issues and relationships. And in countries where agrarian transformation has taken place, it's been done as a package. In countries where the agriculture manufacturing nexus has been cracked, it's been done in a coordinated and a coherent way, and both the agrarian transformation and building linkages, recognizing that change involves those who see change as beneficial, but also has to deal with overcoming the obstacles of those who have a vested interest in things remaining as they are. So ultimately, how political power is used is critical for whether we have beneficial change, which in the long run is good for everybody. I like the constant reference the farmer from Ekunfi kept talking about the training from GIZ, because in that his expression, you can see the baby steps which add up to the knowledge for good farming practices. But it also shows that literacy is important. So there are a number of so many interlinked things which have been thrown up. We haven't discussed all of them. But the shortcomings spoken about here, some can be attributable to design, some can be attributable to implementation, some can be attributable to even inadequate or maybe incorrect understanding of the problem before we go to the design phase. But I think all in all, though, the lessons thrown up here point to the fact that the idea of the planning for food and jobs, the idea of the one district, one factory, are things which are rooted in the transformational imperatives of this country. Which challenges remain? And therefore, what lessons we draw from this research? We looked at only part of the problem as beneficial for how we go forward. As Sylvester explained, we'll disseminate the synthesis report, and on the back of that, subsequently also we'll be doing additional outreach. And we hope, when we get to that stage, all of you remain as interested in the issue as you have been so far. Thank you all very much. I've just been alerted to the fact that we should very quickly get together in front here, have a group photo, and then we go for lunch. So please, very quickly, let's come to the front of the hall and have a group photo. Thank you very much.